Hello, it's 9 o'clock and welcome everyone to SERCAL Restoration in Our Backyard, our annual conference for 2021. And today's our final day of 5. We've had 4 excellent sessions leading up today, and we got another great one lined up today on fire. My name is Thor Anderson. I'm an ecologist with Burleson Consulting. I'm also on the SERCAL Leadership Board, and I participated in this year's conference committee, supporting Carrie Dupler, our conference chair, and Julie St. John, our SERCAL Administrative Director. And I'm going to put Julie and Carrie on the spot right now. Can you guys share your video just for a brief moment? I want to thank Carrie for doing such an excellent job putting on this conference. It's no small task, herding all of us cats and being behind the scenes, making everything happen. So kudos for an excellent job. Thank you for all that hard work, Carrie.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without Julie.
Yes, there's a lot of things we can't do without Julie. So Julie, if you don't know Julie yet, not only she's our director, she's also the heart and soul of SERCAL. And she makes everything happen. She has her hands in everything and advances our whole practice. So Julie, thank you so much. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you. So on that note, I'm very excited to work a lot more with Julie this coming year in 2022. I will be returning as the conference chair, and we are planning to bring a hybrid conference back in May of this coming year. And we're going with the conference theme of Think Big, Start Small, Restore Now. So the hybrid will be in person and virtual, because we can't wait to get back in person and do all the things like we used to do and have all the face-to-face time with each other, have our booths and our posters and our workshops and our field trips, all those wonderful things. But we'll also keep the virtual component, because we find so much value in that too, where it's accessible for many, many more people. And if you don't have the time or budget, it's something that's right there on your fingertips. So we will keep that. And we're getting a wonderful archive of recordings and presentations now that I find will be extremely valued, that will have this archive, and that'll be accessible to all SERCAL members. So lots of good things coming up. Fingers crossed that we could do it. Again, we're thinking Carmel Valley, May of next year, and we will share more information as we start planning. But for all you in the audience who want to participate, put your thinking caps on, think about being a presenter, a session chair, any ideas you have, start sending them to my way and Julie's way, and we will consider everything at this time. All righty. Allegra has asked if I could share a little bit of my restoration path to my career. I'm only got about a minute, and I really want to say is my career path has been very organic and very meandering, like a meandering transect. And I've really followed my passion. So I worked on a lot of things in my early days, different projects, with different people. And I really just started finding myself being more and more selective. So I'd find projects that I disliked, which is just important to know as a project you like. So it really just helped me navigate finding things that were enjoyable, finding that passion, and just leapfrogging along. So I've had 22 years of this kind of organic path. I love what I do. I've loved what I've done, and I look forward to where I go next with this same thing, using passion as my compass for my career. So that's my advice to all you folks out there who are early in your careers. Try on many hats and see which ones you like, and keep wearing the ones you like. So on that note, my time is up. I am going to pass the virtual microphone to Eric Peel from AECOM. Eric is our session chair for today's session. Eric, you want to jump on?
Yes, good morning. Welcome to the final SERCAL session of this year's conference. Hopefully it is the last virtual meeting, and next year we can all meet again in person. And the topic of the final technical session is fire. I want to keep this on time, so I'm not going to be verbose and chatty, and I'd like to just get into it. We've got a lot of exciting presentations, so let's let them roll. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the first set of presenters. It's a team. I'll go ahead and start. The first one is achieving wildfire resilience that supports both ecological and built communities. Mark Dolson and Teresa Whitaker. And I'll give a quick introduction here. Mr. Mark Dolson has a BA biology from the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, and an MS in botany from California State University, Chico. He has worked for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and several environmental consulting firms, and has worked at San Diego Gas and Electric for the past 10 years, managing all of the company's habitat restoration and weed control projects. He also developed the company's wildfire fuels management program with colleagues from AECOM. One of those colleagues is Teresa Whitaker, who has a BS in physical geography from University of California at Santa Barbara and an MS in watershed science from the San Diego State University. She's been working as a restoration ecologist in San Diego for more than 10 years. Prior to this, she worked in natural resource management at the U.S. Forest Service and at the National Park Service, where robust wildfire fuels management programs are essential. And I just want to remind everyone to put their questions in the Q&A, not the chat. If any wind up in the chat, I will try to transfer them to the Q&A. With that said, again, I'm going to keep kind of a close attention to the time and let the presenters know if they're going over. So with that, thank you, and let's switch it over to Mark.
Thanks, Eric. Can you pull up the presentation, Teresa?
Yes, I'm on it.
Okay, as Eric mentioned, our talk today is about an ecological approach that we started developing and implementing in 2019 as part of, well, actually, let's go to the next slide and I'll talk more about that. It's more relevant there. So in 2018, the state passed Senate Bill 901, which required all the public utilities to develop wildfire mitigation plans. I'm not going to talk much about that, but suffice it to say, what it really pushed on the utilities was doing more to mitigate risk in fire-prone areas where the utilities have infrastructure. So at SDG&E, the company actually started doing the same kind of work starting in 2003, and I have a list of different projects on this slide. But with that going on already at the company, we were really posed the question, well, we're being told to do more, what else can we do? It was a kind of an interesting conundrum for us because we had all this infrastructure work already going on. And so our management basically came to me and said, hey, what can we do here? And so what ended up happening is they tried to go this route where the company provides grants to fire safe councils, which work on doing fuels management around communities and remote areas, so on and so forth. However, the majority of those times where that work is done, it's not where we have infrastructure, so it really doesn't reduce the risk of our infrastructure in high fire threat areas to reduce the risk if something actually happened to one of the poles or wires or any of that kind of thing out in these different areas. So our internal, we call them fire coordinators, or basically retired firefighters, what they came up with was, let's just do fire breaks through all of our rights of way in the back country, and that will fix the problem, right? I said, whoa, we can't do that. That's never going to fly. And so what we started thinking about was ways to do work in remote areas to basically reduce the fuel loads around our infrastructure without creating fire breaks. And as part of all of this, one of the big things, or the two big things for us from a public utility standpoint, because of mitigation requirements, is not having an effect on sensitive biological resources or cultural resources. So we started scheming different ways to reduce fuel loads without having a negative effect on either, basically. So you want to go to the next slide, Teresa? So what we ended up doing was an analysis of our infrastructure, primarily in eastern San Diego County, to figure out, hey, what could be done out here to effectively reduce the risk if there was an issue with the wires or a pole failure or any of that kind of thing. And what came apparent to us pretty quickly is that there was no possible way that we could keep this work strictly within our rights of way that we have for our infrastructure in these areas. And the main reason for that is for example, for our distribution lines, it's a 12-foot wide right of way, but the poles can be up to 45 feet tall. Therefore, the only way that doing this work within our right of way would make sense is if there was a failure, it fell within our 12-foot right of way, which the reality is that's just not how stuff would end up happening. And so we started looking at how we could do this work most effectively. And so we were looking at predominant wind direction during Santa Ana events, slopes, aspects, all sorts of different things. And what really became apparent to us is that we really needed to make our work areas site specific at every single pole location or tower that we worked at, in order to try to make the fuels work that we were doing actually beneficial, actually meeting the objective, which is to reduce the risk of fire if there was a failure at a pole or a tower in these different areas. So it was really pretty challenging for us on my end to come up with something that we could go to the state and federal regulators with and say, this is what we want to do, when every single location was going to be different. And so it was a very challenging but interesting process to do. And the other thing for us, since we are a regulated public utility, is that we have to mitigate for any kind of natural area that we touch, pretty much regardless of anything. And so what we ended up coming up with is that we would work outside the avian breeding season or butterfly breeding or flight seasons, et cetera, which put us working in the fall during the fire season, which obviously isn't ideal, but what it did allow us to do was to make sure that we wouldn't have any kind of negative effect on sensitive biological resources. Along those same lines with cultural resources, that was an even bigger challenge, because cultural resource surveys haven't been done in a lot of the areas that we had to go and work at to reduce the risk of fire. Primarily because work hasn't been done in those areas that would require those surveys. So we really had kind of a lot on our plate to figure out in order to start doing this work and getting the agencies to agree to kind of let us start a pilot program when we really couldn't give them site-specific details like they generally want for our projects. And with that, I'll pass it off to Teresa to talk about the fun stuff.
That was pretty fun, Mark. Am I off mute? I am, right? You can hear me? Okay. So as Mark said, there were a lot of challenges in our program development process. I think the first and most important thing that we had to do was create a program that was specific enough to provide specific guidance to our teams when they're on the ground and having to make decisions, but flexible enough to be applied to the wide variety of sites that we're going to see across the service territory. And for those who are not familiar with the service territory, it's generally San Diego County. So San Diego County is, the people on the coast, and then we sort of have this disbursement across East County. And then we have quite a lot of federal land as well. So just open spaces and very rugged terrain. So there were some challenges there. So the very first step in our program development was in identifying what is our target condition, how we want these sites to look when we're done. So we took into consideration how fire moves across a landscape. And we understand that very localized fires, low intensity fires aren't the ones that cause damage. So if an ignition were to occur, we want to keep it low intensity, we want to keep it localized. So we decided we need to focus on those connections between the fuels. We wanted to create lateral discontinuity across the landscape. So if a fire started here, it would have a difficult time moving across. The next thing is we want to create vertical discontinuity. So if a fire starts low in the grass, it has a difficult time moving up to those hotter burning fuels of the woody shrubs and the trees. We also wanted to just remove those quick burning fuels as best we could. And they're quite often non-native grasses and thatch. So we would just remove everything that we could of the non-native. And then we would remove all the dead and down, because those are generally quick burning too. And they can be, they participate quite a lot in that escalation of fire. Before we headed out to the sites to do work, we would identify where we wanted to work, and then we conducted very comprehensive biological surveys of the plants and wildlife at each site. And this was an extremely important step in the process. First of all, getting our eyes on the site and quantifying the vegetation on the site would help us determine whether or not it needed treatment, because some sites were already at target condition. They had dispersed fuels, no real issues, so we would acknowledge that no work was needed. And that was really important information as well for SDGD to have. The next thing it would do is help guide our work. What type of vegetation is on the site? What type of fuels need to be removed? So when we mobilize the team, we can send the right type of equipment. We also used all of the information from those surveys to structure our work to avoid any impacts to sensitive vegetation and wildlife. An important aspect of the program that I will get to actually on the later slide, it might be more fun to look at pictures of it, but I'll mention it now, is that we were creating an incredible amount of biomass, as you can imagine. And so part of our challenge was in deciding what to do with the biomass. And we implemented a really wonderful community outreach program of donation. So we had removal of this native vegetation that oftentimes was really high quality chamise, chaparral, and that type of thing. And so we would ship it on site and keep the non-native material out of the mix. So we wound up every day with these, 10 cubic yards of really high quality native mulch. And we were donating it to different organizations in the county, sometimes private landowners, sometimes state parks, also some community gardens and some universities. So it was a really wonderful way to connect with the community, and not a single truckload in our 2 years of the program not a single truckload went to a landfill. So I think that's a real success story.
And I'll say too, people wanted more than what we could provide. It was that popular with people, which was a very nice thing.
Yeah, yeah. And I didn't get any, and I wanted some, but I was low priority.
I did.
All right, so the next few slides are mostly pictures, which I think is helpful to break up the text. So I wanted to talk a little bit about logistics. One of the primary challenges that we had was that our teams were just large. It was very difficult to minimize the number of trucks that would have to mobilize to a site, especially in the time of COVID. So this last year, it just amplified, because I'm sure as many people know, there were recommendations to not have multiple people in one vehicle. So now you've got, you know, sometimes 12 vehicles on a site. And so this picture on the left can show you a little bit about how that looked at times. I mean, we had our box truck and the chipper combination, which you can see here, which was mandatory because that's how the material, that's where the biomass went. There also needed to be some sort of pickup truck to hold the trash. So the non-native material would be separated and it would be trash. So it would go there. And the crews, so the crew would generally have 4 vehicles. And then we have a biologist who is in charge of the work every day and leading the team. And then we have cultural resource monitors, which were often 2 people. So, you know, at least 7 trucks on a site, and some of the sites had very small roads and no easy way to turn around. So sometimes just getting to a site and staging, you know, was quite a logistical challenge.
Yeah, and one thing else is that we also had private firefighters out with every crew, just in case, as part of our work, something did get sparked. We had professional firefighting people out to put things out. We never had an issue, but that added another very large vehicle into the mix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you so much, Mark. I had that written down and forgot to say it. They also provided emergency response support because this team was usually an EMT as well. And fortunately, we didn't have many issues, but you know, we're dealing with some pretty heavy equipment and there are many hazards and we're usually very far from getting help. So having them with us was very, very important. Here are some examples of logistical challenges, you know, that we encountered where we couldn't actually get to the site very easily with our team at all. So on the left, this is a picture of a hiking trip that one of our teams did when we decided that a site was, you know, off the road, but close enough that we could still access it. And sometimes we would walk 5 minutes was kind of our limit, but in this case, we decided we can do more. So the team actually walked, I think, a mile each way in and out of these few poles that we treated. And, you know, this is them that day carrying the material toward the site. And then on the right, you'll see a picture of one of the sites where we could get small trucks, but not the full chipper combination. So the chipper combination was parked down the way and we had to cut the material, load it into the stake bed and just truck it on down. So there was a lot of ingenuity and flexibility required just to move through each site. We would typically do maybe 3 in a day. So every time we mobilize, it's a reassessment and reorganization and problem solving. Biological resource avoidance, as we said, was such a critical component of our project. And we had these biologists that were leading the team. And what they would do was take the information from our pre-impact survey to understand already what to expect and flag off areas for avoidance. They would also just do a survey, like what's happening now, what do I see? The most common thing that we avoided is on the left. It's a wood rat midden, it's a little house. So whenever we would find the middens, we would flag them off and give them a nice buffer. And sometimes the little critter would be in there, which I'm sure was a little traumatic, but we tried to give it some space. And then a very unusual situation which happened is this bird on the right, which was on the site and didn't want to fly away. We think it might have been injured or maybe young. And I intended to get the name of the bird before this presentation, but it didn't. So it's probably several people who are like shouting at their computers about what bird that is. But it, you know, we shut down work for a good half an hour just to try and get this bird to safety before we could do our work.
Hey, Teresa, you do have just a couple more minutes left.
2?
Yeah, I think, right?
Yeah, you're right. I'm at 19. Okay. So the next pictures are a lot of before and after pictures, so you can kind of see what the actual work looks like. One thing I want to point out in this picture is we were selective about what we cut, and we wanted to keep the richness, species richness high on the site. So we would cut the most common species and leave the least common species. And you can see there's a little Russolata there. So that's an example of one we would avoid. So I'm going to cruise through these. So disappointed about my timing, Eric. Yeah, this is a really dramatic one. You can see on the left, this is the type of landscape that we have in San Diego County, very common, this chemise chaparral that burns hot and just grows in these dense stands. So providing that lateral disconnect was just critical. You can see a nice cleanup job on this one. Red shank chaparral, we have a nice vertical disconnect that we created. All right, so let's see if I can cruise through this in 30 seconds. This is ultimately, this is in our pilot program, our first 2 years, this is how much we were able to treat. It was 393 structures in 2019 and another 328 in 2020. Plus in 2020, we revisited 323 of the previously treated structures to just clear out those annual grasses. It's pretty quick, but also really important. In general, our native cover reduction was around 10% both years, which I think was pretty on point. And it's interesting that both years are similar. Thankfully, our end result of non-native cover was near zero or at zero both years, which is great. That's one of our goals. And our native species diversity, we really tried hard to not impact that. So we would, like I said, take the most common species and leave the less common ones on site so that when we're done, we still have the same diversity and maintain that habitat quality. And I think we were quite successful. I didn't do an error analysis on this, but 1 out of 12 and 1 out of 11 is pretty low percentage of reduction. And I think we did a great job there. Mark, would you like to share some finishing thoughts?
Are we out of time? Are we into question time? I mean, the real takeaway point from this is that what we found out is, even though the company on my end was really willing to do this work to reduce the risk of our infrastructure starting fire in the backcountry, it was really cost prohibitive because we were still subject to the same environmental rules and regulations for mitigation for doing this work as anything else. In some ways it's understandable, but in other ways it's really a way to make sure that we cannot do this work because, it gets very, very expensive very quickly. And so, to keep doing this kind of work, we really need some kind of legislation that facilitates it for the utilities in the state. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mark and Teresa. Yeah, that's great. It's great to see such a biological and cultural approach to vegetation management to reduce wildfires. So thank you. Are there any questions? We do have a minute.
Was the horizontal discontinuity always 6 feet? Did it vary? Were you always creating space around individual shrubs, or was there any attempt to maintain shrub islands? See, fantastic question, really on point for thinking through that, because that was something that we really tried to address as well. In general, what we wanted to do was create islands so that there was still some, perhaps, pocket of habitat for wildlife within that island. We didn't always succeed in that, but that was our goal. And the 6 feet of discontinuity laterally, that was kind of a ballpark number actually that we did use, but there was a lot of variability there too.
Yeah, that's what our fire folks wanted, was about 6 feet. So we tried to accommodate that.
And then the vertical discontinuity was generally 3. So we try and clear the lower 3 feet of branches. A plan to continue? As far as I know, Mark, yes.
Yes, I'm not sure for how long though. Like I mentioned, it's incredibly expensive, and the fact that we have to mitigate for this work, it's costing us over $1 million to pay for the mitigation for 2019 and 2020. So, and that's just the mitigation cost. So I know we would like to do it, but the cost is very, very high.
Yeah. And then what was the treatment type for annual grasses? I don't exactly understand the treatment type, but we removed it completely. So that was our plan.
We used line trimmers.
Line trimmers, yep.
And rake them up.
Yep, haul it out. We didn't leave it on site. And then appreciation on the mulch donation, which is great. And can we repeat that with non-native material? So I understand the question is, would we donate the non-native material? Interesting, actually, that this year we might start. I don't think we're going to donate it, actually, but we're taking a critical look at that piece as well. I think that's
great. Thank you. Yeah, I think that is the time. Thank you, Mark and Teresa. I guess let's see who's next. Tom, right? Actually, I don't have an introduction for Tom. So if you, Tom, you want to introduce yourself at the beginning of your presentation, I think that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. So yeah, I was just scrambling a little bit here this morning. I apologize for that. My presentation will be more tell than show, but hopefully what I have to say and share with you here this morning will be helpful. And good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you here. I want to talk a little bit about our fuel sampling program, but before I do, let me just introduce myself. Tom Merlinski. I'm the fire scientist with Southern California Edison. I've been with Southern California Edison closing in now on 3 years, almost 3 years. Prior to coming to Southern California Edison, I had a long career in the federal government. I'm a meteorologist by trade. I started my career in the federal government with the National Weather Service. Then I moved to the Bureau of Land Management, and then I finished my career with the Forest Service. And most of that time, probably out of the 27 years, probably 25 years was doing fire weather forecasting at the Geographic Area Coordination Center in Riverside, California. So a long time here working in Southern California. I was an incident meteorologist when I was working for the National Weather Service here in Riverside. So lots of fire assignments. And then I ended up I was being the program manager for the Predictive Services Program out of the Geographic Area Coordination Center, which was part of a national program. So I was a manager for Southern and Central California for about 10 years. So that's enough about me. Let's talk a little bit about the fuel sampling program that I started when I first came to Southern California Edison. I wanted to start a program to sample our live fuels because that's an area where there's a lot of gaps, both spatially and temporally across the landscape. And I wanted to increase our situational awareness within our company, particularly when it comes to the public safety power shutoff program. We wanted to have more awareness of where our fuels were most susceptible to significant wildfire activity. And really to do that, you just got to get in there and sort of do the dirty work. I came on with Edison in December of 2018. So in the spring of 2019, I started working we were going to try to do this completely in-house using in-house resources. Found out that wasn't feasible. And we contracted out with AECOM and been very, very happy with their work and performance in this whole sampling program. So we had a 3-month pilot project that we started with the LA County Fire Department, just in conjunction with them to kind of help train us and AECOM folks on how the sampling's done. And so we were basically mirroring them on sampling times and locations, again, for about 3 months before we kind of broke off and did our own thing. So basically the sampling program involves going out to particular sites and collecting samples of the vegetation, and then basically taking those samples to a lab, weighing them, drying them in an oven for about 28 hours, and then weighing them again to determine how much moisture is in that material. This is done every 2 weeks, and we sample, go ahead and go to the next slide here. So we sample 15 sites in 4 locations throughout our service territory. And just kind of give you the rundown of the locations, starting, I guess, from north to south. So we sample across the Eastern Sierra. There's 4 locations along Highway 395, basically from Bridgeport down to a little south of Bishop. So those are the 4 locations we sample there. And we sample sagebrush there. And then in the Western Sierra, we sample, there's a cluster of what used to be 4 sites, is now 3 in the Western Sierra. One of the sites got burned up in the Creek Fire. So we lost that site, but I'm trying to think which one it was. Might have been, I think it was Big Creek. But we sample Manzanita, and we sample, it's mostly Manzanita that we sample up in that area. And then moving further south in northern Los Angeles County, we sample 4 sites, 2 on to the north and west of the 14 freeway, and then 2 on the other side of the 14 freeway. We sample chamise in that location. And then we have 4 sites that we sample in the Inland Empire, and those are mostly chamise, kind of scattered around the Inland Empire area. So we started sampling the Inland Empire first, so that's where we have the most data. So we've got a little over, let's see, it's September, so just a little over 2 years. Actually, stay on the previous slide. So we've sampled a little over 2 years now in the Inland Empire. And then we started sampling in northern Los Angeles County about a month later. And then I think it was November, I think it was November that we started sampling in the Eastern Sierra. Then we started sampling last year in the Western Sierra. So when I say November or September, October, and November for those other 3 locations, that was in 2019, and then Western Sierra was in 2020. Now we also are thinking of sampling a couple of other areas, which would be in the Southern Sierra around Lake Isabella area and Endor, the Tehachapi area. So that's we're still determining the feasibility of that, and there's a lot of issues. Most of this is all really, with the exception of the Western Sierra, most of our sampling sites are all done in our right-of-way areas. It's just easy to access. There's roads that go into those areas. We have to be mindful of how much time it takes to actually get to the site location. And that's particularly why in the Eastern Sierra, it's easy to sample those sites along Highway 395, just basically pulling over the highway. We've got right-of-way access there kind of in parallel along 395. So it's really easy to get to those sites versus a site that you might have to drive a half an hour or 45 minutes to get to. It's very time consuming. That happens a little bit in the Western Sierra. Okay, next slide. And I think we'll have ample opportunity for questions if there are any at the end of my presentation. So just looking at a little bit of the data here coming from some of these areas. So this is the LA County, Northern LA County sampling. So you see the 4 lines on there representing the 4 different sites. One thing I'll point out, so we basically have a year's worth of data here, or sorry, 2 years worth of data. The thing about live fuel moisture is that it peaks in the spring and reaches a minima in the fall each year. And really, what in a sense, it doesn't matter how much precipitation you have. You'll always have a peak in the spring and a minima in the fall. But what's interesting is looking at the last basically 2 years, you can see 2 big peaks. Those are the peaks in the spring. The one that's furthest to the left there, back in 2020, that was a result of pretty decent rain that we had in the wintertime and spring of 2019, 2020. Of course, this year, you see the peak on the right is much lower than the one on the left, or earlier, or the previous year. And that's because of the lack of rainfall that we had in this past winter and spring. So fuel moisture, or live fuel moisture, does respond to, or is a function of how much precipitation we do have during the wintertime and the spring. So it's nice to see how this tracks over time. And let's go to the next slide here. So this is in the Eastern Sierra. The peaks are a little bit different. They occur the peaks are a little bit wider in scope or I should say in length of time. And then we typically reach a peak a minimum in the fall as well up in the Eastern Sierra. But just the timing of these peaks and the time when the minimums occur are a little bit different across the Eastern Sierra, just because the vegetation really does go into what I would call a true dormancy up in that region, just because of the higher elevations. Of course, we are sampling sage and not chamise, so it's a little different. Whereas in Southern California, I would say the vegetation is sort of in a quasi or semi-dormant state as we get into sort of the summer drought period in early winter. But so a little bit difference in how the vegetation responds to precipitation and temperature and so forth. So a little different signature there. But anyway, wanted to give you kind of a little sample of what the kind of data that we are getting from our sampling program. And then all of that is online, available to the public through the National Fuel Moisture Database, and there's the link there below. The one thing I did want to say here before I end is that again, one of the main reasons for setting up the fuel sampling program was to really get a sense of what our fuel conditions are like, at least from our live fuel moisture perspective, to help with our situational awareness and through our public safety power shutoff program. Because when we're contemplating de-energizing our circuits, we want to really fully assess what our fire potential is. And to do that, we really need to understand where our live fuel moisture is in respect to susceptibility and receptive fuels to fire. The other thing that we're doing is that we're also modeling live fuel moisture. We have a random forest model that actually gives us an estimate of live fuel moisture across our service territory, which is also used for our public safety power shutoff program. So the live fuel moisture sampling program helps validate our model so we can verify how well our model is doing. And also in the future, it's in fact actually now we're starting to use this data since we're starting to get a little bit of history here with our data to retrain our models so that we can obviously improve upon our modeling. But it's really important to model live fuel moisture on a grid because now we can fill in all those spatial gaps that we have from our sampling, and temporal gaps as well, because we're getting output from our live fuel moisture model every day, again, across our grid, a grid across our entire service territory. And it's at a 2 kilometer, 2 by 2 kilometer resolution across our area. There's actually a paper that we're going to be publishing pretty soon here. It's in review, so that'll be coming out on the methodology of our modeling live fuel moisture on a grid using meteorological variables in random forest model. So that's all I have here. I'll stop and see if there's some questions. Do I just check the Q&A here? Is that how we're doing this? Or
Sure, if you'd like. I don't mind reading them out loud, and you can answer them if that's easier.
Yeah, that would be better.
Okay. First one's from Aaron. Is the receding limb of the fuel moisture content changed by drought, i.e., low moisture conditions occur sooner in a drought year?
Yeah. So we're seeing that with if we actually can actually go back to our slide presentation here and go back to sorry to do this here, but basically the answer is yes. Live fuel moisture is yeah. If we go back to one more slide, you can see again the differences in the peaks, the timing, and the magnitude of those peaks, and that's reflective. And then how quickly things are drying out. That is a reflection of not only, again, as I mentioned before, of the amount of precipitation that we have in the spring and winter, or the lack of, but it also is reflective of drought conditions. And so yes, definitely we are seeing those drought signatures showing up here. I hope that answered that question. Is there another question?
Yeah. Which species of sagebrush are you sampling?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it's, and I should know this, it's just basically the desert sage that's really common throughout the 395 corridor there, in the sort of in the valley. So we're not sampling, really along the slopes of either the Sierra or the White Mountains there. It's right along 395. So I don't know the exact species of sagebrush, but if you're familiar with that area, it's very, very common throughout that whole 395 corridor.
Let's see, there are a few more popping up. Next one, how does percent fuel content correspond with fire hazard?
If I understand the question correctly, I think what is being asked is maybe what kind of fire behavior we see with maybe different levels of fuel moisture. I think that may be the sort of what they're asking. But and let me sort of respond this way. We've done a lot of studies by looking at the fantastic thing about modeling live fuel moisture on a grid is that we can go backwards in time. So because the model, we're just feeding in meteorological parameters, whether they're forecasted parameters or or values that have occurred in the past, it doesn't matter. The model will behave the same way or produce the same type of estimates. So we can actually, we have run the model backwards. We've actually gone back 40 years across our service territory at the same resolution. So what that enables us to do then is to take a look at our fire history and to see how it relates to live fuel moisture. And essentially, when you start seeing live fuel moisture values dropping generally below 80%, at least in Chemise, that's when we start to see our larger fires occurring. It's not that we don't have any fire activity or even a couple of large fires above 80%. You do. But the majority of larger fires start occurring below 80%. So there's sort of like three buckets I see. When I look at our live fuel moisture, it's below 80% is one bucket, and that's where our more significant fires occur. And I'll talk about that in just a second. And then sort of between like 80% and 100%, or maybe 110%, is sort of another bucket. And you see some fires, but not a lot of large fires. And then beyond like 120%, you really don't see any large fires, maybe with one exception. But primarily the fires that you see there are very, very small. And so really, when we start seeing live fuel moisture dropping below 80%, we start seeing fire carry from the light flashy fuels, grasses, into the heavier brush. And the heavier brush is consumed because there's just less moisture that has to be sort of evacuated before fire can consume that vegetation. So that typically happens around 80%, at least in Chemise. And I think it's a little higher in that threshold's a little higher in desert sage, but anyway, it's very similar. So I hope that answered that question.
We do have a few more minutes as well as a few more questions, so let's keep going.
Okay, keep them going.
Can you provide an example of how this live fuel moisture sampling has informed a PPSS? Hopefully you know what that is. E.g., has the drought extended the possible season for PPSS?
Okay, I think PPSS is PSPS. I think that's what they're referring to, because I don't know what PPSS is, but I do know what PSPS is, which is the Public Safety Power Shutoff Program. So how does live fuel moisture inform our public safety power shutoff or our decisions to de-energize? And basically, our live fuel moisture feeds into our fire potential index, and our fire potential index is used as a criteria for when we notify customers for when we could potentially turn off the power, and actually when we do de-energize. So we do have our fire potential index, which is called the FPI, is used as criteria for not only looking at circuits that are in scope for PSPS, but also circuits that may actually be de-energized. So live fuel moisture is an input, a major input into our FPI, our fire potential index. So it is a direct contributor into determining, again, which circuits are more fire prone and may have to be de-energized. The other criteria, of course, is wind, and so winds have to be at a certain threshold before we consider de-energizing. So that's the other big player there.
All right, I think we got one more, and we have a minute to do it. So another Aaron question. You mentioned it, but how representative are your species of the broader fire behavior or fuel moisture of your areas of interest?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think pretty representative. Again, the desert sage is really prevalent throughout really most of the Owens Valley, Eastern Sierra area. Of course, there's mixed timber in there, and some different grasses. We're having some invasive, grass species starting to populate the Eastern Sierra, though. But but desert sage is pretty common, particularly in the lower elevations within the Eastern Sierra. So I think that's represented pretty well, and it does represent a lot of the other, desert areas. And then chamise is very common when you're looking at areas basically from the coastal mountains westward across Southern California, and as well as parts of the Western Sierra. So I think that's covered pretty well. And then, in the Sierra, in the Western Sierra, again, we're sampling manzanita and ceanothus as well. And that's pretty extensive around the Shaver Lake area. So I think we're representing our different species fairly well. We're again wanting to target the Southern Sierra, Tehachapi, Lake Isabella area, and try to sample the more common species there. And I know I'm just basically at time here, but I just wanted to mention that, when we're modeling live fuel moisture, we're actually just modeling chamise across our service area, even though it doesn't grow throughout our whole service area, but we are modeling it on a grid there. But we also want to take a look at trying to model some of these other species like sagebrush and manzanita and so forth. So we want to build individual models to model those species as well. That's in the future, but I think we can get there. That's it. That's all I have. Thanks,
Great.
everyone. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. There are a few last-minute questions, but we could add those in the panel at the end.
Okay. Fantastic.
So let's
Thank you.
see. Switch over to the next one. I think Bill, you're up next. William Agnew is the owner of Agnew Environmental Consulting, a small firm specializing in vegetation selection, management, and establishment, soils evaluation, enhancement, erosion control, water quality mitigation, and land management strategies for the seed, mining, energy, utility, erosion control, and reclamation industries. William has a BS in wildlife biology and MS in range management, both from Colorado State University. William is a CPESC and is responsible for and contributed to over 25 professional publications. So, Tim, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Great. I appreciate the opportunity
Bill,
here. Can you?
Yeah, I'm getting out of here.
Okay. Can you all hear me okay? I'm hoping. I don't think it's news that it appears the eastern U.S. is getting considerably moister and the western U.S. is getting considerably drier. Fires throughout the Intermountain West, as well as the entire western United States, are huge these days. This presentation addresses the severe fire on the Carr in the Redding area, the Carr fire. The fire happened in 2018, but realize that same year was the Mendocino fire, 410,000 acres. The Camp Fire, 154,000 acres. I think 83 people died in the Camp Fire as a consequence of that fire. So if you talk to firefighters, I think they kind of designate this 100,000 acres as a career fire. There's a lot of short careers going on out there right now because there's a lot of big fires these days in each and every year. In 2020, last year, there was 4,258,000 acres that burned in California. The August complex, 1,033,000 acres on that one. So that year there were 3 mega fires over 100,000 acres. Right now in 2021, there's 6 fires that are mega fires. The Dixie Fire, 961,000 acres right now. The Calder Fire, the Monument Fire, the River Complex, the Antelope Fire, the McFarland. Those are all in excess of 100,000 acres. So this successful revegetation strategies on high severe burn areas is kind of an important deal. And I think the topic 2021 is restoration in our backyards. A lot of people's backyards are burning up, unfortunately. So the Carr Fire, I'll get into the Carr Fire. The Carr Fire is in Shasta and Trinity County in California. It started July 23rd at the Carr Power Plant in Whiskeytown National Recreation Area. When it was all said and done, 1,604 structures, homes essentially burned. It caused $1.66 billion in damages, which included about 159,000 or 159 million in suppression costs. Realize right now in the Dixie Fire, for example, suppression costs are over $600 million just currently. But anyway, that's the Dixie Fire now. Back to the Carr Fire. The fire was finally contained in 2018 after burning 229,000 acres. A really high intensity burn. So a lot of flames going through canopy and significant. There was a fire NATO that was created here, and these are our Western Area Power Authority power lines, the big WAPA lines that you see out there. That fire NATO went through and tore down a number of these and just mangled them. So the power of it, and here's the outskirts of Redding, California. A number of homes that were burned, again, over 1,600 homes that were burned. So, you know, if you know where Redding is, the Sacramento River runs right up to Redding, and at Redding is the Keswick Dam. Essentially, our salmon spawn up through this area, and a consequence of this is obviously you're going to have some water quality problems. So the California Water Quality Board decided, you know what, we know we're going to have some impacts to the spawning salmon based on these fires. So they tried to implement a program on many of the tributaries there. And here's a picture of my grandson with the salmon egg. So here, the State Water Board, so what they did was they provided a grant to the Western Shasta Resource Conservation District. And that grant was to protect the Sacramento River and its tributary in and around the Carr Fire. So this was all on private land, and it was an option for individual landowners to participate. There was huge success and huge participation in the program. Allocation of funds, I believe around $4.3 million were allocated towards the funding of this program. And again, the target was to look at erosion mitigation on high severity burn areas, hill slopes that drain into the perennial and intermittent and ephemeral water courses that drain right into the Sacramento River. So the targeted watersheds, if you're familiar with that area, Rock Creek, Middle Creek, Salt Creek, the Carter Creek and Jenny Creek, were all ephemeral drainages that when it starts raining in the fall, become perennial. So, and the salmon actually spawn up through some of these very small watersheds. Here's an example showing a map. There's Redding. You can see this is Whiskeytown the Whiskeytown Lake in Whiskeytown National Recreation Area. So that's the scope of the fire, 226,000 acres. And they decided vegetation. What we really need to do is we can go out there and we can put down erosion mitigation or erosion control types of materials and lessen the impact. But the permanent solution really was determined to be for the long-term success of the project was a vegetation solution. So what did they do? They looked at what was out in the marketplace from as local as possible, regionally local native plant materials that would be available for erosion mitigation reasons. So why vegetation? Well, what does vegetation do? It helps protect the surface from rainfall impacts. Vegetation helps slow down that surface runoff. And the roots of that established vegetation provide support, increased infiltration, and reduced soil moisture through transpiration. So that's what the area looked like. Okay, the native landscape prior to the burn. And that's what much of the area looked like after the burn. A lot of acres, I'd say probably 30% of that 220,000 acres were categorized as high severity burn areas. And the areas that were selected for treatment were those high severity burn areas, those areas that we knew we were going to have a difficult time getting any native response from vegetation because the seed source, within the soil profile, the soil organisms were essentially fried during the burn process. So what did we do? We went out there, we did some soil testing so to see what was out there. Was there any nutrient availability within the soil profile? What were the soil microbes like? Was there a seed bed or a seed source available? And from that, it was determined essentially a prescription on how we were going to approach the application on those treated areas. Native seed, we looked at a variety of native species that were out there and available. That went down at 40 pounds per acre. We looked at native straw and also rice straw for applications on certain treatment areas. There was also a straw bonded fiber matrix, a BFM there that was applied. And then we looked at, because of the critical nature of the soils and the depletion of any of the nutrients in those soils, we looked at both a slow release fertilizer, a plant-based slow release fertilizer, and we also looked at mycorrhizal inoculum to help support that. So here's what was selected. So from that, we came up with a native erosion control mix. There were species that we used: California brome, there was blue wild rye, there was small fescue, tomcat clover, and then we also had a regreen, which is a sterile material, a short-lived material. If you're familiar with the sterile products, they come on very quickly, they provide erosion protection, but when that seed head comes up, there's no viable seed in the seed head. So the plant doesn't shatter seed on the surface like many annuals would. So we have a combination of perennial species and annual species. And you can see the target was 1,600 acres. They ended up treating around 1,159 acres, some hand treated, some hydraulically treated. So that was the prescription. So the perennials, why do you go with perennials versus annuals, or why do you combine the two? The perennials are really going to be the long-term erosion control on those sites. They may take a little longer to develop. They put a lot of that resource into their root system, and they require a slower nitrogen. They compete well with noxious weeds, and they're tough suckers too. So annuals come up really quickly. They're pretty short-lived. They can reseed. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Indeed, why we selected then the regreen material, the sterile triticale. They have a tendency, if they get too aggressive, to crowd out the perennials. But in this case, we were fortunate that was not the case. So looking at the root systems, I'd mentioned some of them are tough. It takes longer to develop. Look at the root system on a perennial grass compared to the root system of an annual grass. Considerably more support for the soil there with those perennials. So indeed, again, we had 2 perennials, 2 annuals to try to get vegetation established quickly and for the long term. We looked at a slow release fertilizer. This was the plant-based material. If you look at many fertilizers, natural fertilizers, and as well as organic and inorganic fertilizers, you put the fertilizer down, you get precip on it, the material leaches down through the soil profile, and then your vegetation starts to germinate. So the plant materials really can't take advantage of that fertilizer in many situations. With this situation, with the plant-based material, it releases very slowly over time. So it really, rather than being water soluble, these materials actually are triggered by vegetation growth. As the vegetation and soil microbial activity start to become more active, they start breaking down these plant-based slow release fertilizers. So it provides an extended nutrient source for plant materials over time, which really worked out well in this project. Mycorrhizal fungi, the soil microbes were actually toast. I mean, it was like pavement in many of those areas where those high intensity burns went. So there was a mycorrhizal inoculum that was added into this mixture. And what do mycorrhiza do? They provide that symbiotic or that working relationship with plant roots. They improve water and nutrient absorption of the plants. They reduce transplant shock, and plants just do much better when they have that association with the microbes. So we tried to ensure in these areas that there was a small component of a mycorrhizal inoculum to support those plants that are germinating and trying to establish on those sites. A couple of application methods, right? So we looked at it and we said, okay, first off, there was a hand broadcast method. So this was California Conservation Corps, the Cal Fire, Western Shasta Resource Conservation District employees, crews. They hand spread the mulch, seed, fertilizer, and mycorrhizal inoculum. A crew of 15 individuals, and we had a lot of crews out there. At one point in time, I think we had 6 or 7. It took 15 individuals. They could do about 2 to 3 reclaimed acres a day. Hard work. You ever hauled a bale up a half a mile up a hill? Very labor intensive, really hard work. So we looked at that to be very effective. And here's the process. So what we did was on those high intensity burn areas, what we did was we broadcast seed onto those areas. We broadcast the mycorrhiza as well as the slow release fertilizer onto those areas. And then we busted up those straw bales, those native straw bales, and then we put them over that. We didn't anchor, we didn't crimp this straw just because there was so much coarseness in the soil profile with the fire and the remnants and the rocks and everything else that was up there, that we weren't necessarily worried about the material blowing away, and it didn't blow away. But this is the project initiated in December of 2018. This is a view of it and a picture taken probably January of 2019. That's what the area looked like in March of 2019. You can see the fescue coming up. It's really establishing well those areas. Again, as I'd mentioned, there's an area, the contrast between a seeded area versus an unseeded area. Some people opted out. This happened to be a landowner that decided we don't want that stuff on our property. Well, these guys did. And with tremendous success is trying to ensure that we can get that vegetation established and holding those soils. Again, looking at untreated area versus the treated area in the background. You can see, there's some natural succession going on. There's mosses and lichens that are starting to establish. Many of the woody plants are starting to sprout out, the shrubs. So there was some success. Again, a contrast between the seeded area versus the untreated area in the background. A little bit more over time. This was probably the latter part of March, first part of April. Yeah, looking at some of the vegetation as it and then as it started to mature. This is probably May of 2019 with the annuals. This was a best case scenario per se on a high severity burn area and what you might get when you don't treat it. So very small pockets of areas that look like this, not very many of them. Most of them look like the area had just been nuked. Application method. So we had a hand broadcast method and we also had a hydraulic method. So what we utilized is hydraulic equipment, hydroseeders. So we utilized so that the seed, the BFM, the fertilizer, and the mycorrhiza were all included as in the water mix on the hydroseeder. So it was agitated and mixed, and it was shot on as a single application. So you had all that material on the ground, and it was ready to go. So you had a crew of 3, for example, in a hydroseeder, they could average 6 to 7 reclaimed acres a day, compared to a crew of 15 that could average about 2 to 3 acres a day. The technique's a little bit different. All materials were mixed in a single application, a lot less strenuous, but it was more expensive in order to do that. Here's some of the hydraulic equipment, kind of going back through many of these areas along roadways outside of Redding where the fire was. Again, this was May of 2019. Vegetation starting to come up. This is, for example, you might see some of the regreen coming up through here. A lot of sprouting associated with that along roadsides. Again, this is an area that was hydraulically applied, really good. You can see the blue wild rye starting to come up. You've got a lot of other of the annuals that have become established, and they're actually starting to die back out. They're starting to cure and die off a little bit. So that's what those areas looked like. So this was June of 2019. So as part of this whole process, the Western Shasta Resource Conservation District and the California Water Quality Control Board set up a number of sediment control plots. So there were plots on treated areas, there were plots on untreated areas, there were plots on hydraulic areas, as well as plots on areas with just hand treatments. So there was actual measurements there. So each and every month, so we have measurements of January, February, March, May, and June on sediment deposition on those sites for all those different treatments. In addition, later in the year, there's a vegetation monitoring, a cover grid that was established to look at the percentage of vegetation that was actually established on those sites. So here's kind of the results when you look at it. So from a straw treatment, that hand broadcasting, if you per se, the percent cover based on the grids that were established, and they were random grids, 91% vegetation cover on those areas, which equated to a sediment deposition level of 6.21 milligrams per unit of area. The hydraulic areas, it was vegetation cover was 74%. And you can see the less vegetation cover, the greater the amount of sediment that's coming off of those sites. Now the control, 33%, and most all of that was lichen or mosses or something on those areas. So from that, you can see a great disparity between the sediment load coming off of the straw treated areas compared to the control areas.
Hey, Bill, I just want to jump in and let you know, probably have a minute to wrap this up if you want some questions.
I'm about there.
All right.
So that's what it looked like. Untreated area versus treated area. That's both the summer, July of 2019. So what are the results? The findings, again, 895 acres were treated in April through April 15th of 2020. Hydraulically, 264 acres. The amount of sediment loss, there were almost 12 times less settable solids delivered to downstream locations on areas that were treated, seeded with straw, 4.2 times less in areas that were seeded and treated with hydraulic applications. There were tens of thousands of tons of sediment that were discharged, that were saved from discharging into the Sacramento River. And it was a greatly successful program. In fact, 500 local landowners benefited and participated in the program. That be it.
Thank you. It really, and thanks for all those beautiful photos. It really paints the picture of success. We do have time for a few questions. Actually, the questions that are coming up are the exact ones that I was thinking about too. Like, well, first, where'd you get the seed? Did you collect it yourself? Did you purchase it?
You know,
and as well as where did the mycorrhizal inoculate come from?
Yeah, you know, the seed was, if you look at seed companies, the seed came from Pacific Coast Seed, which is a native seed company, the largest native seed company in Northern California. They have collected local ecotypes from throughout various regions in Northern California. So what we tried to do was we had in our mix, we had mountain brome, for example, or California brome. What we did was we worked with them to come up with the closest selection of native plant materials from the regionally adapted to that area. So all of the seed that we used was California origin from a collection perspective or a grown standpoint. And then what we did was we tried to tailor it as regionally as close to that burn areas on the source of the seed that they had. And we were within a county or two actually of being able to provide the seed for those areas. The mycorrhizal inoculum, again, you can go out there, you can buy those materials, but they grow those. You know, this was a single species mycorrhiza that we utilized. But there are multiple species out there too. And then the fertilizer material was a material called biosol, which is a slow release plant-based organic fertilizer. Works very, very well in these types of conditions. And again, it releases very slowly over time. So the plants can really benefit then from the fertilizer that you put down, rather than, you put it down, it leaches out of the soil profile and your plants are struggling to find any nutrients. Other questions?
There are, but we will probably, just 'cause time's up, we'll throw those at the end at our 12:30 panel discussion, or not 12:30, 11:35. So thank you, Bill.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll move on here to the next presentation, which I believe is Michelle. Let's see. All right, brief introduction. Over the past 10 years, Michelle Halper has, sorry if I messed it up, Halber has served as Pepperwood's preserve ecologist. Her research focuses on the impacts of land stewardship on terrestrial ecosystems undergoing climate change. She manages Pepperwood's monitoring projects that are part of their adaptive management program, including grassland and forest monitoring, breeding bird surveys, phenology, and much more. She also coordinates visiting scholar projects and manages the Stephen J. Barnhart Herbarium at Pepperwood, and serves on the board of the California Native Grasslands Association and the Milo Baker chapter of the California Native Plant Society. Michelle, please.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. I'm really enjoying this session so far and learning a lot. So thanks for including me. And I'm really excited to be here to share with you our experience at Pepperwood of having 2 back-to-back wildfires within 2 years. And so I'm just going to go over some of the ways we've been pivoting and responding to these wildfires and kind of figuring out, what do we do post-fire. But first, I'd like to acknowledge that Pepperwood Preserve sits within the traditional homeland of the Wapo people. We respect and honor past, present, and future generations of Wapo and their continued connection to this land. We are grateful for the opportunity to gather in this beautiful place and give our respect for its first inhabitants. So for those of you that may not be familiar with Pepperwood, we are a nonprofit organization and research facility located in eastern Sonoma County, indicated by this red dot here in the map. And we privately own a 3,200-acre nature preserve that we are actively stewarding and managing. And one of our greatest assets is the Dwight Center for Conservation Science here, where we can host all kinds of community events, education classes, workshops, etc. Our mission is to inspire conservation through science, and we do this by bringing researchers, educators, our community members together so that we can explore our natural world, learn about it, and then better understand how we can caretake for this land under climate change. And on the research and monitoring side of things, what this means is we just have a lot of equipment out there gathering, climatic, hydrologic data. We have a lot of monitoring locations we go to and repeatedly visit to better understand how vegetation and wildlife communities are responding to climate change, as well as our land stewardship. And for those of you that are practitioners, I'm sure you're very well aware that in order to have restoration success, you really need to have not just the context of the place and the communities that occur in your site, but also the disturbances that have occurred there historically, as well as disturbances that may come. And so this here is a timeline of the disturbances that have occurred at Pepperwood since I first started working there in 2011. And immediately we were in a severe drought, multi-year severe drought. We had 2 historic water years that preceded 2 historic wildfires. And immediately we're now back into an exceptional drought. And why not just throw a pandemic on top of that? Keep us busy. So a lot has happened. We've talked about climate change quite regularly. What are we going to do? How are we going to respond? Well, we are in it and having to be fairly creative as we move through time. Here's an image of the fire history in Sonoma, Lake, and Napa counties. And, as Bill was alluding to, there's a lot of fires going on in large landscape scales and quite frequently. And also I want to point out, a lot of these fires are starting to overlap in short timeframes. And so the Tubbs fire here in 2017 burned October 2017. The Kincaid fire was October 2019 to the north, and Pepperwood occurs right where this overlap is. Here's a zoomed in perspective of those two fires, showing you the extent in the region as well as at Pepperwood. The Tubbs fire of October 2017 burned 95% of our preserve, and then the Kincaid fire burned 60% with a significant amount of overlap. So all of those, chaparral, oak woodland, savanna, hardwood forest, grassland communities all experienced fire within 2 years. And that's not including some of our prescription burns that we are doing. So this here is an image from after the Tubbs fire. The Tubbs fire in October 2017 started at the base of Mount St. Helena in the background here and moved towards us in this image. I really like this picture because it portrays the complex topography out there, all the mosaic of vegetation communities, as well as fire impacts. So it wasn't just one wall of fire moving, that initial firestorm event. There's a lot of spot fires, and you had a variable degree of burn severity on the landscape. In some areas, like the top of this ridge here, we had complete canopy kill of mature Douglas fir forest. But just north, there's a refugia for wildlife, for plant propagules that can then reoccupy these more open areas. And then our grasslands are some of the first communities to just bounce right back after fire. Grasslands require fire to maintain, and disturbances to maintain themselves as fire. And so, as we were watching and learning how the landscape recovered, we started kind of figuring out, well, what do we do if anything at all? And as Bill so well showed, our native perennial grasses have those really deep roots that tap into groundwater, late in the season. And so they're some of the first to green up following these fires, providing soil stabilization, providing food for browsers or grazers that may not have anything to eat for a while. And if you're going to go out and learn where your native plant populations are, a great time to map them is right after a wildfire. This is purple needlegrass. And then the bounty that arrives the spring following is just astounding. So we didn't do any grassland restoration following the Tubbs fire. We let things take its natural course. And we were just astounded at how much that seed bank woke up. And so we talk about restoration sometimes as these one-off projects. We go in, do our work, and leave. But without restoring those natural disturbance patterns and regimes, we're not doing a true restoration of that natural ecosystem. And so one of the things we're really thinking about regularly and talking to our native advisors about is how we can get good fire on the land as a part of this stewardship and restoration of these ecosystems. And so here is an image from the Kincaid fire, so 2 years later. The main difference between the Tubbs and Kincaid fires is that Tubbs took us by surprise. The Kincaid fire, we were literally standing there watching it come. There were mass evacuations taking place. And because of Pepperwood's strategic location, our quality road systems, our fuels management, the local firefighting agencies knew that it was a very strategic point to fight the fire. And at one point in time, there were upwards of 7 bulldozers carving line into grassland communities, oak woodland communities to stop the fire. And we are extremely indebted to these people. They worked very hard and were successful at stopping the Kincaid fire at Pepperwood, preventing it from going further into the Tubbs fire footprint. We were in the process of rebuilding multiple homes that we had lost, our historic barn and all of our equipment, our neighbors' homes. And so we're very grateful for the work that they did. However, that meant that we were left with the aftermath, and we were facing 15 linear miles of bulldozer line restoration that needed to be done and erosion control. And these are areas that we had been actively managing and restoring for decades. And so it was fairly heartbreaking to us. But I also want us to really think about this, because in our open spaces, that is a place where fire can move through safely. It is a safe place for firefighters to stop fires before they reach our rural landscapes and our wildfire urban interface zones. And so we really need to think about bulldozers as a tactic that's being used throughout the state, and how can we best manage them following wildfire, because more than likely these open spaces are going to experience bulldozers over and over again until we get better methods. And so you can imagine we had no budget for this. We had to pivot. We were facing, the rains that were going to come fairly soon. Here we are in mid-October going, oh gosh, what do we do? We pulled all kinds of experts together, and we're very grateful to the people who gave us just very practical tips, such as take your straw bales, put them on top of your ridges where you think you might have problems. So when the rains come, you have material already there. You can just punch that into the rills that are forming. And we were fortunate we didn't have too much erosion issues. And one of the main things we did is we just called upon our volunteers, our community members, to come together and to help us pull back those topsoils to cover the mineral soils that were exposed, try to return that seed bank, get some plant material on there to help prevent erosion. We opted not to do any seeding just because it was cost prohibitive. And of course, we're going to be seeing impacts in these areas for years to come within these soils. But the first year following, we had some pretty good recovery. And then we fortunately had some plants that we had been growing in our greenhouse and shade house. These are plugs of purple needlegrass that were available. And so we, canceled our restoration project that was planned and pivoted to planting within these bulldozer lines. And we planted in densities that were very similar to what we were observing with the natural regeneration following the fires. This is Stipa pulchra just naturally regenerating. And because of all of our research that we're doing and monitoring, we were able to not only look at the impacts of climate change, maybe our grazing program, drought on our grassland communities, but we can also look at the impacts of bulldozers because they did go through our grasslands. And so we're going to be able to monitor those communities as they recover over time. And then this is what one of the bulldozer lines looks like this past summer. So this is one that was not planted with plugs. And that purplish color you see there is Medusa head. So we are already discussing, when are we going to get fire back on the landscape? And the hope is to do some grassland burns in this area to control for Medusa head this June. Okay, so now I'm going to switch into our forest communities. Just to mention right off, we unfortunately had a lot of areas that were completely canopy killed, especially our mature Douglas fir forests. And so they're stand converting fires. And the forests right now are more dangerous than they were right after the fire. So we are having large trees and limbs fall to the forest floor, providing a ton of fuels on the forest floor, creating more of a fire risk. And the story out in the coastal forest range is that if you don't have fire, you have encroachment of Douglas fir into our hardwood forests, our oak woodlands, et cetera. And so we are actively thinning Douglas fir from these areas. We had been doing that prior to the Tubbs fire. And we learned the hard way that if you don't manage your slash on the forest floor, you will have top killed forest, even if you don't have ladder fuels. It will burn really hot and can kill your forest canopy. After the Tubbs fire, we had to prioritize hazardous tree removal along roads and trails and near infrastructure. We are not going out and cutting down every dead tree. We're leaving a lot of these trees. It's very important habitat. And so we're leaving a lot of large snags, and it's just impossible to treat an entire area. It's very expensive. So I'm just going to highlight some of the more intensive management that we've been doing in areas where we had complete Douglas fir canopy kill off near infrastructure. We did do some salvage logging by our Dwight Center. So the Dwight Center is down here, and this was a 6.5 acre area with our education trails and roadways and parking lot right here. So we decided to go in and do some salvage logging there, as well as a well site. And we did a lot of mapping prior to the treatments out here, the restoration treatments. The red dots you see are potential erosion issue areas that we go back and regularly monitor or treat if we need to. The blue triangles are photo monitoring points where we can go and just capture that time series. And we used teen interns in summer and some of our long-term stewards and volunteers to come out and map the plant regeneration that was occurring naturally so that we could then establish our species palette. We could determine where there might be gaps that we could go in and plant in to enhance the restoration of the areas. And I should also mention this area on the left. The understory was actually serpentine chaparral that was dying off because of the incursion of the Douglas fir. So it's a real opportunity to replenish the area for endemic leather oak and other native wildflowers that aren't very common in our region. And this here is the timeline, just to give you a sense of the types of restoration activities we're doing. So of course, we're continuing to do erosion monitoring, and fuels is a continuous problem. As we're restoring, as we're going in and managing these post-fire habitats, the accumulation of fuels is just continuing. So we're regularly burning. We did mechanical and chemical applications for invasive species. And the good news is that we were using glyphosate primarily here. The chemical applications were so successful, we stopped after 2 years, and we're just continuing going back and doing mechanical. And the invasive weeds that we saw are your typical invaders, the cat's ears. Common mullein came up actually in places we hadn't had it before and in significant numbers, which was surprising. And then some late season bloomers like stinkwort was also fairly new to the area. And then we planted grass plugs initially because we had stock on hand, and then woody plantings of various species, either directly seeded like our California black oak, cuttings. There were some redwoods in the neighboring area, so we did some cuttings of redwoods, but most of our woody plantings and grass plantings were all plug plants. And then with the drought, we are watering our woody plants. And I should mention this, these asterisks refer to the fact that we are planting grass plugs within pile burn scars, and I'll go into that in a little bit later. So here are some of the images from those photo point sites. And I put a yellow rectangle around a redwood tree since the image kind of moves in direction just for reference. And the time series goes in a clockwise fashion here. So let me move this bar real quick. So 1 year following the fire, you can see there's not much regrowth that has occurred. You see the stumps that were cut, a lot of soil disturbance, splash piles that are back here. The following spring, so this would be the second growing season after the fire. This is the natural regeneration following that original burn. And what we found throughout most of our forests that were burnt pretty hot, it took 2 growing seasons to get vegetation establishment. So it was really great to see the success that Bill showed when you go in there right away and kind of jumpstart that cycle. So the soils take a while to recover, and unfortunately that wide open, soil is just, it invites your weeds, like your cat's ear, your thistles, the things that you don't want. And then later that following summer, we were surprised by this massive burst of horseweed. Fortunately, it was the native horseweed. These plants were well over my head, sometimes 7, 8 feet tall. It was quite astounding. And there's potential here. Maybe this is a great native pioneer species to seed in these areas of high soil disturbance that might have other late bloomers that are invasive, like stinkwort. So perhaps there's an opportunity for this native horseweed to outcompete stinkwort and keep that invasive at bay. And then also we start seeing a real nice recovery of the redwood 2 years following the fire. And then after the following spring, it really came to life, along with our coyote brush all of a sudden came up, and things are looking pretty nice out there now. We are seeing a lot of California bays, which you may not realize is pepperwood is another name for California bay. And our bays are stump sprouting prolifically. They are very bushy and shrubby almost, and that can create a problem with regards to ladder fuels. And so one of the things we're playing with is, sometimes you notice a deer will come and browse under the bay, eating off those nice succulent stump sprouts, and then a leader will surpass that height and take off as the new trunk, growing a nice large tree. Well, our preserve assistant manager is playing in these salvage logging areas with selectively removing some of the stump sprouts to just see if they can encourage these bay trees to grow more rapidly, put on more wood, and also to help prevent the ladder fuel, so fire moving through the area. And then in some of our our undisturbed, our unlogged areas, we are actively doing forest thinning. We're continuing that work. We're taking down live Douglas firs as well as a lot of dead standing trees and bringing that material to the forest floor. And because we had 2 back-to-back wildfires, we didn't want to do a broadcast burn right away. So we opted to do pile burning last year. And we had over 2,000 piles we made it about halfway through with our burning. And you can imagine in these areas where we do burn piles, that fire burns really hot. And so you are having a very intense localized impact. And what you see there are these burn scars. So they're not on the scale that Bill showed, right? We're not talking about hundreds of acres, very localized patches where the soil chemistry and microbes are altered, and you get this bare patch. And then the following season, you get, with all the release of nutrients, you get this flush of growth of your thistles, your invasive exotic grasses, the things you don't want. And this area is ripe for invasive seeds to move in. And so what we're playing with is going into those burn pile scars, waiting after a few precipitation events that really get the soils nice and saturated, moves that charcoal through the soil. And we go in and we plant native perennial bunch grasses. And these are grasses, blue wild rye, that we planted in the fall following, or spring, winter, following the pile burn. And these were not watered. These images are from this summer during the drought. And you can see, maybe you can see that there's ripgut brome all along the perimeter waiting to move in. But the good news is that in this area, like where we planted purple needlegrass, the first season after we planted them, they produced a ton of seed. And so all those seeds are landing on that bare soil, coming in contact with the soil, and will hopefully germinate and try to help keep out those invasive exotic annual grasses. Again, unwatered in a drought year. And then here's California fescue. This image was taken last week. This is California fescue unwatered, planted into a burn scar with mulch as well. And so the mulch may benefit retaining more soil moisture. Oh, and lastly, I should mention, you can also strategically place these pile burns where you may want to have a hot impact intentionally. So places where there might be an invasive annual grass like red brome, for instance, and you place a pile on top of a known patch, it burns really hot, hopefully killing off the seed bank in the soils, and then gives you another advantage to doing that disturbance. So the takeaways here are just, we are facing fire in California like never before. And so how are we going to incorporate fire into our restoration planning, into our infrastructure planning, into our budgeting? And then if there's any way we can maintain extra stock just in case, it's really important. And be thinking creatively about how we can utilize these disturbances to our advantage and to the advantage of the ecosystem. So making sure that we incorporate good fire on the ground is really important. So I just want to thank SERCAL for bringing all of us together so we can keep these conversations going and think creatively together. And of course, I need to also offer gratitudes to the funders of the work that we're doing, Cal Fish and Wildlife for our post-fire forest management, NRCS, and the Rose Foundation. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I think I could speak for everyone in saying, I want to go visit Pepperwood. This looks beautiful. And I don't know if there are many questions. A lot of comments about how great the presentation was. Anybody? Questions? Got some time.
Joanna has one, I believe.
Oh.
Seasonality of prescribed burns. It's a challenge right now. You can plan prescribed burns and then wildfires come in, right? We were actually getting ready to do a forest prescribed burn, and then the Tubbs fire beat us to it and burned that particular forest area really hot. So that's just a challenge of us land managers, is like, how do you integrate fire with all the permitting that's required, and then try to also now incorporate the fact that wildfire is going to come through too, and how frequent is too frequent? That's one question we have. It may depend on whether you're in a grassland versus chaparral, right? Or forest. So with the seasonality of our prescription burns, we typically burn our grasslands in June because we're burning to manage Medusa head. And so in June, those seeds, as you may know, are still vibrant, on the plant, whereas the perennial native grasses and forbs have already dropped and are starting to senesce. And so we go in June to control for Medusa head, and that has been pretty successful. Although there's always pros and cons with these things. So we've noticed in areas where we burn grasslands in June that have Xanthonia californica, which is a coastal perennial species that really likes these more moist, cool climate areas. If you burn in June, those plants that like water, now they're in this black, hot landscape through the dry period, the dry season. And so they can get stressed out. So we're thinking about how we can kind of mitigate those impacts. With regards to forest burns, we're hoping to actually do our first forest burn this fall if conditions are right. But the permitting challenges, just logistics, getting everything in place in time, and then of course waiting for the right weather can be challenging, especially while folks like CAL FIRE agencies are very strapped right now because they're fighting large fires throughout the state. So our fingers are crossed that we will be able to go out and remove a bunch of slash that we just brought down to the forest floor this fall. But with the expanding wildfire season, that's another challenge, right? It really creates these kind of pinch points where you have those sweet spots where you can burn. And so we may end up burning in December. We don't really know when the right time will be this year. So it is something we're constantly thinking about, and it's a challenge. It's a good question.
We do have a couple more questions, but we will again put those in the Q&A at the end. Thanks again.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Jen Hyman to talk about the glass fire impacts. Give a quick introduction and then I'll let her speak. Jen Hyman is a consulting civil engineer and the director of restoration engineering at WRA, where she directs ecosystem restoration design projects and contributes to climate change and wildfire resilience planning. Jen's previous work experience includes AECOM, EKI, and EBMUD, or EBMUD, I'm not sure. Jen, please.
Hi, Eric, thanks so much. Let me get my slide set up here. Can you see my slides? How does that look?
I don't think we see the slides yet. I just see the schedule.
Oh, okay. How's that?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, great. All right, thanks so much for the introduction. I'm really excited to be here today. I'm the project manager for the City of St. Helena's Upper York Creek Restoration Project. It was a dam removal and creek restoration project. I'm going to give a little bit different perspective than some of the other speakers on this panel, I think, since I'm a civil engineer. This project I'm going to talk about is a creek setting. I'm with WRA. We're environmental consultants with offices in Emeryville, San Rafael, Petaluma, and San Diego, serving California clients. In 2020, the glass fire burned the Upper York Creek Restoration Project. And so what I'm going to talk about today is how did we restore the restoration project and what did we learn? The Upper York Creek Dam is on York Creek in Napa County, just west of St. Helena, up in the mountains to the west there. York Creek flows alongside Spring Mountain Road and flows out to the Napa River. This graphic shows the watershed of York Creek. And the dam has been in place for over 100 years. It had been completely filled up behind it with sediment when we came on the project and was part of the original water supply system for the city of St. Helena many years ago. A forest had grown up on top of the sediment. So you actually couldn't see the dam or the sediment generally when you drove by it. Nature had completely taken it over. Although the stream, the creek, water from the creek was able to get past the dam continually through some piping. But the dam had to be removed as it was endangering wildlife in the creek and blocking about 1.5 miles of steelhead spawning habitat upstream. Our design approach for the project had 2 key design elements. I know it's kind of hard to see this map. The first area of focus for our design involved removing the dam and excavating new creek channel in the sediments that had accumulated behind the dam in this area here. The second design element involved the installation of 36 log structures downstream of the dam in a stretch about 1 mile long south of the dam that had been sediment starved over the years. The log structures were designed to capture the sediment and retain it in the creek to create steelhead spawning habitat. The downstream end of the project reach has a narrow historic private bridge, as you can see in this photo at the bottom of this slide. So that was a constraint for our project. Here's some photos of the excavation of the sediment that had accumulated behind the dam. That was where the contractor started first, at the far upstream end of the sediment. The first photo on the left was taken right as the excavation of the sediment was starting up. You can see all the vegetation has been cleared on top of the sediment. Here's the dam right here. It was very hard to take pictures of this project as it was in the middle of the forest. And the photo on the upper right-hand corner here shows an excavator and a dump truck ready to haul off the soil. 1,933 loads of soil were removed from the site over a 7-week period in the late summer of 2020. Photo on the bottom shows the completed pilot channel through the sediment. Sediment was left behind, you can see on either side of our creek channel here, to be washed downstream as part of the process-based design for the creek restoration. These photos show the excavation work in the area of the dam. The notch created from the removal of the dam was constrained on all sides, and that's why the sides of the dam, where the dam was removed, are so steep. On one side was a county road. The other side had a property line, private property line close by. And at the base of the creek, we ran into bedrock. I'd like to talk a little bit about the log structure design, since they were the primary restoration element that was impacted by the fire. The log structures were specified to be either redwood or Doug fir and were sourced locally. Many of them were from trees taken down on the face of the dam and on top of the sediment. Some of the log structures were made from existing fallen trees that were found near the creek. The log structures were designed to be heavy and fixed in place so that they would not float downstream and rack up on that little bridge that I showed the photo of earlier. We were really cognizant of making sure that these log structures were stable and would not move. So we bolted several logs together, and also each log structure was carefully designed for its location to either be wedged in front of a boulder or bolted to a live tree to also keep it stable and in place. Another element of these log structures is that slash or tree branches were placed under the logs to help retain the sediment, capture the sediment. Here are some photos of the log structure installation. Construction equipment was required to carry the heavy logs, some with root wads, down the steep banks of the creek. we really had a fantastic contractor, and our restoration designer was on site throughout the construction to make sure the logs and the slash were placed properly. Here's some more photos highlighting the anchoring of the log structures. A very long drill bit was used to drill through the trees to install the threaded rods. And then right after the last log structure was installed, the glass fire swept through the site. The glass fire was devastating to the city of St. Helena, and the entire watershed of York Creek burned. We were carefully monitoring, right after the fire started, we were carefully monitoring the progress of the Watershed Emergency Response Team, also known as the WERT, who are a group of soil scientists and hydrologists from the state assigned to report on the impacts of the fire on the land, such as the burn severity and the risks of debris flow and erosion. We were very concerned that debris flows and erosion around the creek could overwhelm the creek and the log structures that we had just installed. The graphic on this slide shows the extent of the glass fire and the burn severity, with green being low severity, yellow being moderate, and red being a high burn severity, taken from the WERT report. And you can see here, this is our project site, and it's in the area with green, so mostly low severity burning. I'm not sure how they did it, but the WERT team surveyed the burn areas and issued their report in just a couple of weeks. So the fire was considered contained on October 20th. The WERT team then came in and started their report and issued it on November 6th, just 2 weeks later. So we were very grateful that we could understand the impacts before the rainy season hit. Right after the fire, as soon as we could send in a crew, we did to do a post-fire assessment of the restoration project. We were looking in particular at the stability of the log structures to make sure that they were not going to float downstream. The city and the project team also coordinated with the permitting agencies on the project and the county flood control agency to share information on the fire impacts. We also prepared a creek monitoring and hazard response plan for the upcoming winter. These plans were focused on monitoring for hazards and damage, maybe erosion that could cause flooding, or accumulation of all of the down trees and branches and leaves that could have stopped up the creek at the same time that we had just completed our project and opened up the creek to transport a sediment and debris for the first time in over 100 years. It turned out that we had a very dry winter this past winter, as you all know, and so there was very little erosion and no hazards identified over the past winter. And now the vegetation is already returning to the watershed. So this winter, we are going to be doing the same hazard monitoring program, since if it's a wet winter, we could encounter some of the same things that we were concerned about last winter, right after the fire. These photos show log structure number 1 before and after the fire. You can see in the top photo, there's a lot of vegetation. You can see some of the slash that was incorporated into this first log structure. This one log structure is a combination of a newly cut tree trunk and an existing old fallen tree trunk. In the fire photo here, you can see that there's really basically no understory left. The slash that we had installed had completely burned up. And in addition, what we also discovered is the erosion control straw wattles that the contractor put out there had completely burned up. We had them replace them on the project. The good news was that there actually had been a lot of invasive species out there, mostly ivy and blackberries. And those actually were completely burned up in the fire. So the contractor had an easier amount of work to do to remove the invasive species on the project. That was part of their scope of work originally. We observed that the soils out there were in very delicate condition after the fire. So any repairs that were going to have to be done on the project site could not be used with construction equipment, only by hand and using hand tools. So we inspected all the log structures and determined that there were some that needed repairs, although most of them that had incorporated freshly cut logs were in good shape. They were going to be stable and going to function as we expected. However, some of the log structures where we had used older logs we were concerned about their stability and they needed some repairs done. Here's some photos of our team doing the post-fire assessment of the log structures. Here's some more photos of log structures that survived the fire. So based on our assessment, we identified 6 log structures that needed remedial action to be stable. What we ended up doing was asking the contractor to fell some trees that were small enough to carry by hand, but large enough to drill through and cut them down and place them by hand on our log structures in sort of an A-shaped format. They were also cut so that they would be able to float through that small bridge at the south end of the site if possible. So they were, less than 10 feet long. And they were bolted to the remaining large logs that were left in the creek that needed to be repaired. Here's some photos of the contractor, McCullough Construction, carrying out that work. You can see in this photo on the left, the drill with the very long drill bit, drilling through some of the existing large logs and into the new bracing logs that are being installed across the log structures. Here's some more photos of the contractor carrying the logs to put them into place. And you can see here in the photo on the right, the A shape of the repaired log structure. We also felt it was important to try to replace the slash. There was no live slash available anywhere. So we improvised and moved branches of downed dead trees to the log structures where we could and wedged the slash under the logs on the upstream side. These 2 photos show before and after the slash was added. It wasn't as secure as lowering the logs on top of the live slash, but we felt it was still an important thing to do to help trap sediment at the log structures. So how did the log structures fare after the first winter? We were excited to see that they function as designed. Even though rainfall was low this winter, as you can see in these photos, the sediment did wash down from the dam area and the sediment area and accumulate behind the first several log structures. So here's some sediment and fine gravels accumulating in a portion of the creek. And here is a log structure again with some of the slash that we put in and some sediment and gravels accumulating. So what were our lessons learned from restoring a creek restoration project damaged in a wildfire? Well, our contractor had left their construction equipment near the project site at the time. And a number of their heavy construction equipment burned in the fire. So one of my recommendations is to think about providing a staging area with defensible space around it if you're working in a fire-prone area. And this is a photo of one of their big excavators damaged in the fire. Another recommendation is that the WERT will provide helpful assessments on fire impacts. And so get in touch with the county planning staff if you need to get really up to the minute results from the WERT evaluation. We were very grateful that the Napa County planning staff worked with us to share their information. Thirdly, I'd recommend that you document all fire response and repair costs separately for consultants' work as well as contractor work, since the project owner can file claims for reimbursement from Cal UAS or also from their insurance. I believe the contractor was going to get reimbursed from their insurance for their lost equipment. Some more lessons learned about our restoration. In our restoration project, the freshly cut logs were still structurally sound after the fire. We would avoid relying on old fallen logs where stability of the log structures is important. You can see in these photos here a burnt log structure in the top photo before and after the first winter with vegetation growing up around the log structure in the lower photo and nice gravels accumulating behind it. Hopefully future steelhead spawning material. There's a lot of fallen material on the ground after a fire that can be used as part of your repair of your restoration project. One of the benefits is fire can help kill invasive species. And as Michelle was discussing earlier, fire is a natural part of different kinds of plants that need to regenerate, sometimes require fire to do that. And finally, nature is resilient. The riparian vegetation on our project is growing back on its own, even with the minimal rains that we saw this winter and no seeding or planting as part of our post-fire work. In the lower photo, you can see the bay and spice bush along the creek bank, which is regenerating at the base. And a number of water-dependent plants are growing up in this area on their own just after the first winter. Another example here is a photo of the creek channel upstream of the dam right after the fire. You can see it looks like a big sandbox, which it was the intention because the project involves having the sediment wash downstream to the sediment-starved areas in the creek. After this photo, we did hydroseed the creek banks with native seeds and also installed willow stakes along the sides of the channel. Here's that same channel right after the first winter. Fine sediment has been washed downstream, leaving well-sorted rocks and gravels and already having a bit of a meandering shape to it. And quite a bit of riparian vegetation starting to take hold. It was really exciting to see this after the first winter. So I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to give this talk today and also acknowledge a lot of people who contribute to making this project happen. The granting agencies, US EPA and the state leadership at the City of St. Helena, the WRA restoration team, our prime consultant, EKI Environmental Water, our really great contractor, McCullough Construction, Middletown Rancheria, who provided archaeological monitoring during the project, and of course, the city and county first responders who helped St. Helena and Napa County get the fire out. Now I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jen. We do have a question, actually a couple already in the Q&A. What was the fate of the sediment? Sounds like it could have been a nice clean sediment for bay projects. Hope it didn't end up in a landfill.
Oh, the sediment, actually, most of it did get recycled at projects within about a half hour to hour's drive away that had been permitted, that the contractor had identified. So the soil was recycled and used as fill. It was a lot of hauling though.
Yeah.
And we were very lucky. We were very lucky that, in a way, that the pandemic hit right before our hauling effort happened, because the roads in Napa County, which normally are choked with tourist traffic in the summer, were very cleared out. And so we were able to do a lot more hauling than we had originally expected.
Yeah, this is just all so much work. I can't imagine how much it costs.
The construction,
Yeah.
the construction contract actually was $3.2 million for the whole project.
Wow. Well, Jen, thanks again. There's another question, but we're at the next meeting mark, so we'll put that at the end. Thanks again, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And let's see, I'll introduce Laura Cunningham. She has authored the book, A State of Change, Forgotten Landscapes in California, and now works as an ecologist specializing in native grassland restoration as the California director at Western Watersheds Project. And she will be talking to you today, and I'll hand it over. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. And I'm on a rural satellite internet system, so there's probably going to be a delay between my speaking and my PowerPoint, but let me get this loaded. And slideshow. And then I'm going to turn off my video, but this is actually a presentation about my notes, notebook on the Klamath Treks training exchange up on the Klamath River in northwestern California. And we were invited, a bunch of actually nature journalers from all around California were invited by the Karuk and Yurok tribes to simply observe their cultural burns on actually private lands, but around Forest Service lands. And so it was really eye-opening, because my past research has been historical ecology of California and trying to reconstruct what California looked like before European settlement. So I'm an artist, self-taught, and I try to imagine what spaces were like, landscapes were like 200, 500 years ago. This is actually downtown San Francisco, Mission Bay, an archaeological find of a 1,500-year-old village, as it might have appeared where downtown San Francisco was. So I learned quite a lot about fire, just reading the literature and going out and investigating California landscapes, talking with elders, and they told me, well, we burned everything in California virtually. I mean, salt marshes, chaparral, grasslands, oak woodlands. And I went out and observed a lot of prescribed fires on like blue oak landscapes and grasslands, looked to see how the areas recovered after fire, actually pretty well. Here's an interior live oak and a blue oak sprouting after a light surface fire. Also see that elk, love those. Here's the purple needlegrass bunches sprouting like within 2 weeks after a surface fire, and elk are attracted to that. Sierra Nevada fire regimes, pre-settlement, complex, but not as devastating apparently as we have them now. So this was all my previous research. And it was, as I said, eye-opening to actually get to see this in reality. So this was our fire crew up in Orleans, up in the Klamath River watershed, hosted by the Karuk tribe and Yurok tribal representatives. And it attracted a whole bunch of fire crews from Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, and even some international crews. This was October 2019, so pre-pandemic. But it was fascinating, and I was able to learn on the ground what the fire crews were doing for this prescribed fire. This was a Doug fir tan oak forest, and here they're taking fuel moisture samples from the fuels. They actually had trouble starting the fire for quite a while because the fuel moisture was too high. So here's just notes to show what we were doing for a week there. I was just trying to absorb everything, take notes on everything. So here's the fire line, and it was also eye-opening to see how small these flames were in a pretty moist season. I mean, they timed it just right to get it where it was just going to creep across the forest floor, and they didn't use any chainsaws in this cultural fire. It was organized by the Yurok cultural fire managers, and what they wanted to do is just simply get rid of the fine leaf litter. Old trees might be burned down to clear some of the forest. Logs would smolder. If they wanted to save a culturally important tree, they would dig around it and make sure that this little fire didn't hurt that tree. Here we are, the artists and journalers, just simply observing this right up close to the flame. So we had our personal protective equipment and all of that. Here I am trying to look at the behavior of smoke on one of the prescribed cultural fires on this hillside and back. And I'm actually doing little oil paintings of, how the smoke drifted. Did it catch certain trees on fire? Just for weeks and days during the week, we were moving around to different burn areas to observe. So here's just some sketches I made of the fire crews with their drip torch. Again, the tribes had actually been doing this for quite a while, and they had a plan to cover the entire watershed around their community. And so we got the opportunity to look at old fire-scarred trees that were burned in a cultural fire 10 years ago. But I was also able to look and see how fire affected, like here's a California fescue, and just, how the fire behaved burning that individual bunch grass. So again, it was just a lot of really valuable information on the Yurok and Karuk, their ideas of good fire, which you probably all heard so much now, but that this is a fire adapted landscape, and they themselves said we're a fire adapted people. And so fire is like medicine to them. And also, by the way, we were given permission by the tribes to record all of this. And then we actually handed our notebooks to them and said, is this okay to share? And they looked through our notebooks to make sure there were no culturally sensitive things that we had sketched or discussed. And they said, no, everything's fine. You're clear to, write articles about this, discuss it, share it. We want the world to understand these cultural fires more. So here we are following Margot Robbins, who is like a really knowledgeable Yurok person, basket maker. And she's leading us to a fire they just did the spring of that same year. And it was just a surface fire. It didn't get into the crowns. It didn't kill trees. So we were able to take notes of what was happening. And she also showed us a burn a year ago and how that was regenerating. And this cultural burn was specifically done to help hazelnuts grow long shoots after a fire. They stump sprout, bracken ferns, other shrubs. And it was for cultural purposes so that they could collect these hazelnut shoots and make baskets and baby carrying things, hats. They have hats made of these materials. So again, here's just some of my sketches of, a burn recently and then a burn a year ago and what was regenerating and growing. Just some more notes of like the hazel twigs and her discussions of the connection between fire and water and their cultural needs. They're trying to return fire to their land because so much of their culture is dependent on these cultural prescribed fires. So here's just some photos. She's showing us the hazelnut stems and some of the baskets that she's made or collected from, her tribe, and some of the, they use some ferns, different colored rhizomes of ferns for some of the different colored basketry materials. So it was an honor, and it was fascinating to see the fire and then how the plants regrow, and then she collects them and they make these beautiful cultural objects from them. So then we moved to another part of the Klamath River Basin, and we're observing a burn around Ofield Mountain, which is in the distance there, that peak, and it's one of their sacred peaks. And this was quite fascinating because Bill Tripp came, who is cultural specialist with the Kurok, fire specialist, and he was explaining to us that you can actually read the fire scars on this mountain, and some of them perhaps are even, they're telling us are pre-settlement fire scars. So here's the Klamath River, there's Ofield Mountain, prescribed burn taking place near it. But what they would do, and you could actually see it, pre-settlement, they would have runners go up with a log to the top of Ofield Mountain, and it was like a renewal ceremony, and they would set this log on fire and roll it down the mountain, and it would start a cultural fire. And it was also timed with the start of the salmon migrating up the Klamath River. And you could see that burn scar from pre-1911, when the Forest Service came in. 1911, they tell us that was the year the Forest Service said, you cannot do these cultural fires anymore. So that there's a lot of fuel buildup between then and now. And so the tribes are trying to reset the clock back to before 1911 by doing these little control burns in the appropriate season. And here's Frank Lake, research ecologist with the U.S. Forest Service, and Yurok and Kurok, showing us again his collection of items that depend on fire to be made often. And some of them he made himself, and some of them he obtained. But again, just a beautiful collection of plants and fibers that need fire to regenerate and provide the right materials. Tan oak, like shells and other plant materials. So here's a collection of some of our nature journaling at the end of this week. And it was just amazing to see everyone's different perspective on fire, using watercolor, pen and ink, pencil. I mean, it was just a great learning experience to be able to be like right there seeing this, and then have tribal representatives telling us, well, this is our goal. This is what we want for the future. And so we, at the end of our week, we're trying to make like a sort of a summary of what we learned. And so here's a chart I tried to produce where at the bottom is the Klamath River watershed, like a slice through the canyon of basically what's going on today, with a lot of fuel buildup since 1911, a lot of dense Douglas fir, ponderosa pine, California black oak, tan oak that are even aged, a lot of thickets, tons of fuel, very overgrown. And then a fire will come and it becomes a crown fire and then just wipes out that patch. I mean, we're seeing this more and more across California now. So irregular, uncommon, high intensity wildfires that are unpredictable, difficult to manage, fire suppression in support of resource extraction, and fire is seen as extraordinary and evil, basically. So the tribes want to get back to what I have at the top, which is cultural fire, where you have open, grassy conifer stands, oak groves that are all, they say it's like our orchards. The oak groves are our orchards for collecting acorns. You have tall, old growth sugar pines. A lot of those have been logged out now. Ponderosa Doug fir that are in multiple age stands and much more open than today, because they would, again, do surface fires, light surface fires that didn't reach the crowns. So fire before 1911 was frequent low intensity surface fires with local community management. And they call their culture fire dependent. We have a fire dependent culture. Fire is part of land management and a normal natural process and tool. So they say it'll take, and I admired also that they say this is going to take decades to get back from these dense fuel grown thickets to what we consider, a culturally diverse, biodiverse landscape. It'll take 20 years to, even get a tiny bit, but they're, it's their landscape, their homeland. So they are going to be just doing these cultural burns as much as possible. And the biggest obstacle, frankly, is policy, working with agencies, the state, CAL FIRE. So that was illuminating to see that, they say, we've worked with fire for thousands of years, and we're trying to teach you now, Californians, how to work with fire. And this has just become, of course, ever more needed and profound. I mean, I was driving over Eastern Sierra area last summer and saw this, what looked to be, it was a clear blue sky, and it looked like an atomic bomb blast was going off to the west. And I didn't have a camera, so I stopped and sketched it. And it turned out it was the creek fire just exploding the day before. And you can see the amount of fuel in that area. It was just, it created a pyrocumulus that was, I mean, I've heard it was up to 50,000 feet tall. So this is the type of problem we're dealing with more and more. So catastrophic wildfires, I mean, there's a lot of interactions of why we're having this now. Fire suppression for 100 years, fuel buildup, not understanding California vegetation, community fire history, fuel hazards increasing with climate change. We get very rainy years that grow up vegetation, and then a severe drought and low humidity, creating the perfect fire hazard conditions. And then, of course, people building houses and fire adapted plant communities, disregarding the wildland urban interface, high voltage transmission lines across wildlands. So a lot of problems, and definitely we seem to need to learn to live with fire. And so I was just really honored to be able to learn from the tribes in the Klamath River watershed. So I'm ending this presentation with a painting I did of, in the Tehachapi Mountains, Southern Sierra Nevada. Here's just my reconstruction of a woman who is collecting branch materials from buckbrush and ceanothus, deerweed for basketry needs. And she has burned this in a very low intensity surface fire for, hundreds of years, her tribe and family. And so she comes back regularly to collect from these regrowing shoots. And it's a very open landscape, and it's just a very different way of thinking of how we manage fire in California. So that's the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was just a great presentation to end on the beauty of your art and message. Thank you. Questions. The first one was about the TREX program. Is that still being offered? Is it statewide or only with the 2 tribes that you mentioned?
Well, of course, the pandemic put a halt to the TREX program, except locally. I think they just didn't invite any fire crews or any outside observers. And as far as I know, they're still doing that. So it's not really a big training experience now. They're just keeping it local. And I mean, I think they hope to expand this to other parts of California and even the US. I think the pandemic is just keeping it really slow right now. So I lucked out to get to see it before the pandemic. Oh, I think someone in chat says the next TREX will be offered next month. Great.
There you go. And there's a link as well. Another question. Laura, can you elaborate on the conflict that Indigenous tribes face when trying to work with the U.S. Forest Service, and how did they explain their management methodology to educate other stakeholders?
Yeah, that was a big problem they were trying to address, is that they really wanted to expand their cultural burns into surrounding Forest Service. I think it was 6 Rivers National Forest, but they were coming up against the traditional fire suppression and maybe some bureaucracy too of no, we're not going to expand this. So they were actually having to do a lot of little private in-holding cultural burns when we were there. And I think since then, a lot of tribal members have lobbied in Sacramento to say, can we cut the red tape? Can we get better policy where tribes are cooperating with agencies? And I think they're making progress on that. I mean, it's slow. I mean, you're trying to change 100 years of institutional fire management, but with our, mega fires getting worse every year, I think everyone is realizing, yeah, we have to start doing more prescribed burns, more treatments, and it's just out of control. So I think they're making headway cooperatively working with the Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, CAL FIRE. But I mean, I was told in 2019 it was slow and they were ready now. They want to start doing this more now.
Thank you. Any other questions? I mean, other than that, we can kind of switch over to the larger panel discussion. If anyone's got anything more specific for Laura right now, we've got a couple more minutes. If nothing happens, we could just move over. Yeah, sounds good. Move over to the panel discussion. Okay, I guess we can start with some unanswered questions, and feel free to write more in the Q&A if you have anything specific, or speak up. But I'll start by going through a few more questions. Let's see. So some of the ones that were not answered yet, we didn't have time. I don't know if Teresa and Mark are still on. I don't think so. They had a couple questions. Oh, Mark is still there?
Yep.
I guess a lot of people wanted to know what we're doing with the non-native material, if we're just chipping it or leaving it on site, and also if there are any follow-up surveys that are being done to check to see, if there are any native weeds or invasives that are showing up after the veg clearing.
Well, all the non-natives go to the landfill. And for the second part, or the second question, yes, all sites are surveyed annually as long as we can get landowner permission to access. And generally speaking, we do get permission.
Let's see. Any other specific questions for Mark? I think that was it, at least left over in the chat and the Q&A. I'm just going to go down my list until we get to some of the larger panel questions for people to jump in. But Bill, you had a bunch of questions left over. I had a question. I actually wasn't familiar so much with the hybrid that was used, the sterile hybrid. Is that just kind of to bulk up cover right at the beginning? What's the benefits of using that and not, actually having seed in there to continue?
Yeah, I think sometimes people, when they use cover crops, for example, grain crops, cool season cover crops, wheat, barley, whatever, when they put those down, they provide excellent erosion protection because they come on really quickly. Annual ryegrass, for example, was one that was utilized a lot in California historically, and it's become a little bit of a problem. It became a huge problem, actually. So what ended up happening is when the annuals come in, they shatter seed on the soil surface. So the mother plant doesn't come back. Essentially, just you're looking at the offspring or from those shattered seeds. So if you have the timing of the moisture such that it favors then those annual crops to come up, they can be hugely competitive with some of the perennials that come up. So, but they provide good, immediate, low, typically low growing type of erosion protection. The advantage to the sterile, and there's really only a couple of steriles out there. One's called Regreen and the other's called Quick Guard. The advantage is it provides that integrity in the soil surface to try to bind that. But as the plant grows, it doesn't shatter seed onto the soil surface. So you don't have that constant influx of annual contribution to the soil profile. So it just stabilizes at once. It stays there as standing dead. And then it allows more the perennials and the other annuals to actually grow up within that soil profile more effectively.
Okay, that
makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for clearing that up. I just never thought to use it. Now it's got me thinking of my own projects.
You're missing the boat.
You had a few more. Let's see. I did have the question I think you did answer was, were there any non-seeded natives showing up on your site? Are
you talking to me again?
Yes. So you had this mix of, native seed that you had. Was anything?
Absolutely. As time went on, you did have some influx, but realize that the areas that were treated were just nuked, if you know what I mean. They were very high intensity burn areas, and those are the areas that were really targeted. So the seed source within the soil profile was pretty much non-existent. So you didn't have very much natural attrition or natural volunteering of native plant materials. Rather, you had to introduce those plant materials in order to help stabilize those areas. But over time, not all the seed died, obviously, and you are starting to get an influx. You're starting to get more of the native individual species that come in. The native shrubs, for example. So you're getting a lot more native shrubs coming in, and now you just have volunteering. Wildlife bring in native plants, seed, and so you're getting a greater contribution of the native local source materials now than you did following the fire. But again, the problem was with what they wanted to accomplish, where these salmon runs essentially were these ephemeral drainages. When it started to rain, the amount of sediment coming off of those areas was huge. So they stabilized those, and it really did allow a really nice opportunity for water quality improvement. And there were actually salmon that were swimming up through these ephemeral drainages that were suddenly perennial through culverts and all the way up into some of the upper reaches of some of those drainage areas. So very nice. And had that not happened, you'd have probably ended up choking out a lot of those fish just because of water quality issues.
Hey, Bill, if it's okay, I'd like to ask a follow-up question. I think this was also posted in the chat. Do you have, I'm curious how those control sites that were untreated looked 2 years following. I think you just had 1 year of data.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because we
That's-
saw with
That's
high
how
burden
long the program ran, actually. So you know how that goes. It's a funding deal. It'd be nice to go back out there now and look at it. I think there'd be a lot of additional information that would be really important to go out there, whether it's me or somebody else to go out there, whether there's funding available for Western Shasta Resource Conservation District or California Water Quality Control Board to hire somebody to go out there and look at those areas now relative to what they look like just the following growing season. But you know, it's so important to time your seeding. If you wait, you really miss the boat. A good example is another project that we worked on, and we worked on it with Pacific Coast Seed Company, was the Butte Fire Project. There was the Butte Fire Project. There was an immediate seeding and erosion treatment effort just after the fire, within a month. And then it was followed about 3 months later by a seeding effort and additional mitigation by erosion control efforts. So one was chips and the other was straw. But you know, the amount of sediment coming off of those sites was absolutely extraordinary. You know, utilizing Russell and some of the tools that are out there to look at that. There was really some consistency, actually. There was about 13 times more sediment coming off of those areas compared to a later treated area. It was almost 20 times more amount of sediment come off of those sites where you treated it early versus do nothing. So the amount, and it happens really quickly. You know, there's this curve that first year you're going to have huge amounts of sediment discharge, and pretty soon you don't have anything on the surface. So you really need to get after it in a really timely fashion to be effective in mitigating the erosion coming off of the site. The longer you wait, the less effective that project is going to be. Did that answer your question?
We can, so there are a few kind of general panel questions. One classic one that's showing up. Oh, where'd it go? What is the single best step a conservation land manager can take to be prepared for wildfire? Throwing it out, whoever wants to jump in first.
This doesn't really have to do with land management, but take inventory of what you have. Because when you have to remember all those tools from the 1960s on, you know, one by one to get your money back, it's really tough. So just keeping stock of all your equipment and preparing for fire. Just be prepared around your infrastructure.
Yeah, you know, and I think sometimes, you know what, a small statistic I wanted to offer too that I didn't offer when I first, you know, over the last 5 years, there have been 10 million acres of land burned in the state of California. That's 10% of the land area in the state of California. But if you put that into perspective, that's the land mass of Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Rhode Island combined. That's a big area. So how do you address that? You know, from a vegetation standpoint, California is not necessarily unique, but somewhat stuck on the fact of local ecotypes for good reason. I mean, local ecotypes, if you can get those local ecotypes, are very well adapted to those sites. But when you're dealing with the scope and the size of projects, and you know, I'm not advocating, nor would any seed company advocate 961,000 acres of seeding on a Dixie fire, but probably you would advocate that maybe there's an opportunity to look at some of those dozer lines or high impact areas, that what's going to happen afterwards if you don't get some type of vegetation established, they're going to be a weed factory, and they really do become a weed factory. I think some fires in Colorado, there was some tracing on what was followed up. They didn't seed the fires, but subsequent years, over a 10-year period, there were over 12 requests for mitigating weeds on those sites. So it does become a problem. And there are plant materials out there to do fire lines. There aren't plant materials out there to do large, huge landscapes. But the more open you make that, if you use local, it's very difficult. What's local is the California Native Plant Society says you should use seed within 30 miles of the disturbance. You know how much seed you're going to get? You're not going to get any seed. I mean, that ain't going to happen. However, if you say, well, let's use local regional ecotypes, then you open it up within counties. So what the seed industry does is they have collections from various counties and they bring them in there, where there's Pacific Coast Seed or Hedgerow Farms or S&S Seed or whatever it might be. They bring those materials in and they farm those materials, and they have available thousands of pounds, maybe tens of thousands of pounds, but not hundreds of thousands of pounds. So you have to be flexible. And then my takeaway is, if you want a seed, you have to show some resilience and some flexibility as being able to say, okay, let's use mountain brome from Mendocino County in a project that we have in Yolo County. That works fine. Or let's use, Butte County seed in a fire regime. So the seed industry is there to help you select the materials that you need and to try to meet those goals that you have from a genetic integrity. So they'll make every effort to do that. But if you say, I want local genetics, you're not going to find seed. It just isn't going to happen unless, you got really lucky.
I want to comment, Bill, too. One thing we noticed, it's not just bulldozer lines, but your fuel breaks that you put in for your prescription burns. So even our hand lines, the Tubbs fire came, because we were preparing for a forest burn, and the Tubbs fire beat us to it. And where our fuel lines were, everything burnt hot around it, but the fuel break didn't burn hot. So the seed bank in that fuel break was fine. And we had tall stalk destroyer, thistles, and it was just a line of weeds. Right. So, you have to incorporate, post-burning follow-up of these areas where you're causing soil perturbations. And I guess, one thing too is, like, if you're really concerned about wildfire on the lands that you manage, get your fire there first. Get out there with your fire, talk to your native advisors in your area, try to get that permitting going, your vegetation management plans through CAL FIRE. I think a big hurdle with this is that, it's time intensive. It can be costly to get all your fuel breaks put in if you don't have crews to help with that. And then also the liability issue, the liability insurance issue. So we tend to partner with CAL FIRE because they assume liability. The TREX program, TNC, assumes liability, and you can actually, as a land manager, you can invite TREX to come to your property, and if it's an appropriate site, they might burn on your site for training purposes. And then there are local, good fire alliances and training programs on a more local scale where people are trying to get involved, because a lot of people, especially here in Sonoma County, our landowners out here now, the private landowners, are well aware of the value of prescription burning. So we are seeing a cultural shift, but it's going to take time, and it's going to take a lot more success stories, right? And it's going to take more people involved in investing in this.
Absolutely. And large scale fires are the most difficult. I think there are opportunities. If you're a very good planner and you plan in the future and you allow, you have time, then you can work with a seed company, or you can work with others to go out there in advance of your disturbance and do seed collections. I think PG&E, others do that. So what'll happen is you go out there, you collect seed, you grow it out for the client, and then it's available for that project. But that's based on hundreds of acres of seed available, not thousands of acres. Although, if you're given enough time and the fires, or the disturbance is that big, you can have thousands. But it comes down to planning. Okay, if you want local ecotypes, they are available if you are an extremely good planner. But if it's something that happens on a catastrophic scale immediately, like fire situations, then you have to have some inherent flexibility. I know I've got some chat here already. It's like people hate moving around genetics in plant materials. I'm not a strong advocate of that either. But however, you know, there are opportunities. If you want to seed, you have to show some inherent flexibility. If you don't, the plant materials aren't going to be available to you.
Yeah, can't talk about more about planning. I mean, even if it was just setting up a little, you know, a few plots of, you know, you kind of do your own seed bulking in some areas. You just get ready and get seed ready. I mean, I can imagine how challenging it would be to predict where future fire might happen, but to have seed ready just in case it does.
Yeah, I mean, you'll probably get arrested because you're the only one with the seed. You probably started it. But anyway.
We do have a few more questions. One just popped up. Randall English asks, if I understand correctly, air quality regulations are one barrier to prescribed burns, especially near urban areas. Sometimes the safest time to burn is the worst for air quality. How to approach and balance the risks, especially when disadvantaged communities already suffer from the most, suffer most from health effects of poor air quality.
So I can maybe start off on this, and maybe some others can add, but being my background is meteorology, and we dealt with prescribed burning and the AQMD quite a lot in my previous job before coming to Edison. But it is that's a complicated it's a complicated problem, because not only do you have a lot of severe restrictions from AQMD in terms of how much particulate matter you know, prescribed burn can emit, but you're also looking for a narrow window of opportunity weather-wise. So it's one thing to get the kind of weather that's going to cooperate for you to put fire on the ground and let it behave in a way that's productive and is not going to pose a you know, problem in terms of suppression or anything like that. But then there's a whole other aspect of, you know, how is it going to affect the air quality, right? And so there's two factors in play, because oftentimes we get a window of opportunity weather-wise, but then the air quality is no good. Or sometimes we have a good opportunity in terms of air quality, but then the window for you know, the weather parameters just don't line up well. So it's a really complicated problem, because prescribed burning, we've seen, you know, so many benefits from that, but then there's just such limited time on when that can actually be performed. So I'll stop there and let others chime in.
Well, I think, you know,
I'd like to, oh, go ahead.
sorry, Laura, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'd like to maybe offer the impossible task that perhaps the air quality rules should be changed, because we're going to have worse air quality for somebody in California with these giant mega fires. I live east of the Sierra Nevada, and since late July, the air quality has been horrible for disadvantaged and low-income communities where I live. And so we're going to have smoke. And I think maybe we should shift our idea about what smoke is. Sometimes smoke can be very dangerous, but we're not getting rid of smoke. The wildfires are getting worse and worse. And it's just all flowing into Nevada. We're having whole states now that are suffering from California's catastrophic mega fires. So, it was interesting. Frank Lake told us that the Karuk tribe valued smoke because and he actually studied this, did a little scientific paper. The smoke from their cultural burns shaded the water in the river and actually cooled it. And that helped the salmon, which like cooler temperature water. So, I think maybe, and the whole question of educating people in California better, starting from school age, young school age, that not all fire is bad, and maybe we have to start living with smoke more.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Laura. Thank you for that.
Well, and this is Mark, sorry. So there is new federal legislation that's trying to be pushed to streamline that regulatory process. I was just trying to find where I saved it on my computer, because every once in a while I get pushed to review laws or proposed laws, even though I know nothing about it. So there is something in the works to try to streamline that process.
Yeah, I mean, we can continue on. I mean, this is kind of the dominant theme, it seems. You know, as ecologists, we see the importance of fire in our landscapes. Like, we see the benefit, we know what it is. It's what do we do about the fear of everyone else about fire, and this kind of hugely negative connotation that it has. We can continue talking about that topic, whether it's, you know, just more public education or whatever else. If anyone wants to continue on that, or we could jump into another question. There is a few more. If anyone wants a final say of how we can be hopeful.
I guess I might just turn people to joint fire science programs. They have a lot of great literature that comes out and are trying to work on this, you know, education and cultural shift that needs to occur for incorporating fire on the land more. I'll put a link in the chat.
Thank you. You know, I also did bump into, as I was kind of just preparing for this, there is a very good wildfire podcast called Fireline. It's just NPR. I think it's like a 6 or 7 part series, and it's done very well. And I recommend that as well. So any kind of outreach, even if it is a podcast about wildfire, anything helps. So thank you. Let's see. California Burning is also another great podcast series that Joanna mentioned. So there's another question. Of course, understanding the vegetation of a landscape is the key factor in preparation and restoration, as shown by each of the presentations today. For recent graduate students seeking a job in ecology, is there literature on native/invasive California plant species that you'd recommend for developing a good foundation when entering a career focused on these issues? After a few interviews, including with Burleson Consult, the Jepson Manual seems to be a good start, but any others? So I guess she's just asking for, there's tons. If anyone wants to yell out some literature that she can get started with.
calflora.com or .org.
Absolutely. I was just playing yesterday with their, I didn't realize how developed now their mapping technologies are, and it is impressive. So yeah, calflora is definitely one of those.
For the students in this session, I'd also like to encourage them to pursue careers in forestry. I understand there's not a lot of students in the pipeline in forestry programs, and very few. We're looking to hire certified foresters, and there are not very many out there.
I'm seeing that Michelle Stevens said that a good ecology text like Michael Barber, Todd Keeler-Wolf, etc. She also mentioned those.
Well, I think it's a great time to also plug Laura's book again. And there's some great ones too. I mean, I remember reading when I first moved to California, Tending the Wild by MCAT Anderson, about kind of the native land management of California. That really opened up my eyes to how how much they used fire, and a bunch of other things. That's a great book as well.
Laura, Joanna Tong asked if you can describe your book.
Yeah, it went through 2 editions and is out of print. So I'm trying to load the manuscript onto what will be a free online website, but it's taking forever. And it was just a review of maybe the last 10,000 years of California ecological history. And since it was a paper book, it really got chopped down. I mean, they eliminated Sierra Nevada, redwoods, the desert. I was trying to be pretty encyclopedic, but it has a good chapter on grassland ecology and what I thought California grasslands might have looked like and their biodiversity and floristics from just examining a lot of relict native areas. So I hope in the future I can get these chapters up online. Also chapters on grizzlies, elk, condors, salmon. So stay tuned.
We will be. Thank you so much. I think it's noon. So we finished the final session of the technical session of SERCAL. So thank you to all the presenters. Yeah, thanks everyone for attending. And I'm not sure what to do next. So if we're being switched over, if it's being taken over by Will.
Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you. And all of the presenters. This was a great session, a great way to close out. Thank you so much. Will, I'll let you take it from here.
All right. Hello, everybody. And thank you so much, everyone. We were just talking about Laura's book. I don't know if it comes on the screen, but I'm excited that I have a copy here. What an inspiring morning and conference. And I want to welcome everyone to what's going to be our jobs and networking panel. It's such an honor to be here. My name is Will Spangler. I'm a board member of SERCAL, and I work as a senior conservation biologist with the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Agency, where I help steward over 6,000 acres of reserve lands and implement restoration projects to enhance wildlife linkages and promote the recovery of threatened and endangered wildlife and plant species. I want to start this panel. I want to get down to it. We have a wonderful group of folks assembled, but I want to start by highlighting a resource that I hope most of the folks here know. And if you don't, please join in. I'm going to share my screen and bring up the SERCAL jobs board. This should be coming up. So if you know our sercal.org website, you can come over here to resources and jobs. And if everyone's able to see this as you load down, there's a whole long list of job opportunities, and I would encourage everyone who knows of an opportunity, please share it, send it over to SERCAL and Julie. And if you are looking for a position, please bookmark this. So I will put in that plug. And then I also wanted to give a shout out to the conference mentors and mentees and folks who are here and getting a lot out of this. And I look forward to hearing about that. And I also want to say after this panel, what'll come up next, we'll have a meet and greet with another of our sponsors, SWCA, and also the final raffle drawing of the conference, which is a really exciting, it's a canoe trip for 2 on Mono Lake. So you might want to stick around. So I want to start off by introducing our panel, thanking them for their time to be here to share with everyone. And what I'm going to say is I'm going to ask everyone on the panel here to unmute themselves, and then when they talk, and I'll shout your name, then please give a brief introduction of yourself. And then if you could answer the first question we have for you all, which is, you'll say your position in your introduction, but then how did you arrive in that position? And what is something that helped you along the way? And so I would like to start with Kevin.
Thanks for putting me on the spot, Will. So Kevin McKay, ICF restoration ecologist, former SERCAL board member and past president a few years ago before I moved to Oregon. Work on everything from stream restoration projects in Eastern Washington to working with Will on the Pajaro River in the Bay Area to creating habitat down in Southern California for Santa Ana sucker. So what was the questions again, Will?
Well, that's how did you get to your position, and what's something that helped you along the way? What's something that, you know, to relay to others that was helpful?
Yes, I think both kind of in one answer. So many years ago, I won't share with you how many years ago, but after I got out of grad school, I was looking for a job, and at the time, Jones and Stokes was doing a lot of environmental education through UC Davis. We still do. So I signed up for a couple of classes, and I was also presenting the results of my master's thesis at a few conferences, and met a few people from Jones and Stokes and got to know them, and in all honesty, bugged them for a long time, in a nice way, of course, and just you know, see what the opportunities were to come work for them. And probably about 6 months of effort later, I ended up getting a formal interview and getting a position with Jones and Stokes, and it's been a great ride since. So I would say, you know, what I learned from that is just outreach, is, you know, get yourself out there. The SERCAL posting that Will showed is a great opportunity to look at job postings, but it's also great just to get your face out there and start meeting people. Go to conferences. Hopefully they will be non-virtual at some point in the near future. You know, sign up for education, you know, meet people, talk to them, and get your name out there.
Great, thank you, Gavin. All right, and next I'd like to go to Laura.
Well, that wasn't the order. No problem. I'm Laura Moran. I'm with SWCA, and I'm located here in Northern California in Half Moon Bay, and currently the interim Bay Area director, and also I lead our restoration team here. I started many years ago, and my first few years I was back east. So making the jump to California after starting my career in completely different habitats and a place where it rains all the time, and coming out to the arid West was really interesting. I first worked with Impact Sciences at the time, who was trying to get more of a Northern California presence. But then ironically ended up working in Southern California most of the time because we were doing a big project at Tejon Ranch. So interesting how that works out. But I've worked for various consultants in the Bay Area. I most recently moved to SWCA about almost 2 years ago now, and brought several of my team members here because we really wanted to focus on restoration. And we have a national restoration practice here, and it was really important for me to be working for a firm that recognized restoration as a priority. And so it's just a really good fit for me and my team, and we're really, really excited to be here in a company that just focuses on environmental science and restoration being a big component of that. We've kind of wrapped restoration now into climate services because everything, you know, as you guys know, everything we do pretty much has a direct impact from climate change now. And so, you know, our fire ecology, our restoration sciences all have to take climate change into account. But I started out as a biology major. I was a veterinary sciences major. I was allergic to half the lab animals and had to drop back 10 and reconsider. So started out working for a small engineering firm doing everything. You know, they said to me, hey, we want to hire you because they're calling swamps wetlands now. Do you know anything about that? And, you know, can you help us there? You have to get a permit to fill those things now. You know, that was kind of how it started out. So, you know, come almost 30 years later, and, you know, obviously wetlands are high profile in the country, but restoration is my passion, and I'm really happy to have listened to all these presentations this week. It's been really exciting and good to see a bunch of faces of folks that we consistently team with and have great working relationships with as well.
Great, Laura. It sounds like, yeah, being open to opportunities as they come helped you out along the way there.
Definitely.
That's great. Thank you. All right. And next I want to have Wendy introduce yourself and say something that helped you, your path here to this field. What helped you along the way?
Sure. Hi, my name is Wendy Young. I work with Harris and Associates out of the Salinas office, but I live in Santa Cruz. And Harris is an engineering firm, and then they have an environmental portion of the engineering firm. And let's see, I've been doing this for a little over 20 years. I started off working under Kevin and learned a ton about restoration planning in the Bay Area and totally loved it. And then in the last probably 10 years, most of my work has been in Monterey and Santa Cruz County, a little bit closer to home. Kevin really showed me how much I enjoyed moving around mud and working with crews, and so the engineering aspect of natural resources planning really intrigued me, like how, you know, working with the designers early in a project can achieve both the engineering goals and really do something pretty amazing for the natural environment. And so I should also say I met my coworker, Shannon Bain at Jones and Stokes, and a really pivotal part of my career has been working with her pretty much the entire time. And we really like bouncing ideas off each other. So I think finding like a collaborator and someone who has kind of similar passions and interests is a really great way to kind of expand your own ideas and continue to learn. And it's also helped us kind of shape our career with where we want to go, depending on, you know, what our current interest is. So we work a lot doing a lot of our work ends up being as a result of like kind of disasters, floods and fires and everything. And we'll go in with the engineering team and, you know, work on the designs, like I was saying, together. And then we've ended up doing a ton of permitting. So it's kind of a natural fit with engineering. So we love kind of the process of starting with the engineers in the beginning, working on the design together. And then, you know, having the engineers go off and kind of finish, you know, the designs, and then coming back in. Another part of Harris does the like CEQA and NEPA compliance, and then we come in and do the permitting and implement the permits and kind of see the whole projects happen. So it's really fulfilling to see the projects from the start to the finish. I really like that. And the best advice I have is just ask questions. If you see things that interest you, reach out to the professionals, because I think everybody enjoys talking about all of the different aspects of this work. And I think it's a great way to get fresh ideas. And so I think communication is huge.
Thank you, Wendy. Those are great. All right, next I'd like to have Tara introduce yourself and share something that that helped you along the way in your career.
Thank you, Will. Hi, everyone. My name is Tara Collins. I'm a botanist and a senior ecologist with Westervelt Ecological Services. I manage the ecology team in our Western region, and we conduct annual monitoring and reporting on 35 properties that total over 14,000 acres of conserved lands in California. We've got more projects that come on annually. Myself and my ecology team, we also help with new project selection, design, establishing appropriate ecological performance standards, and developing monitoring methods and management plans. I am a certified ecological restoration practitioner, or CERP, and I'm an active member of the California Native Plant Society in the Sacramento Valley chapter. For those of you who aren't familiar with Westervelt, what we do is we do conservation and mitigation banking. We also do client-specific, project-specific mitigation solutions. So all of our projects end in conservation with them fully protected by some sort of conservation easement or like a conservation deed. And in regards to, what was the other question, Will? Advice for folks looking for a career?
Well, just, yeah, what's one thing that's helped you along the way? Just a little nugget.
Oh, one thing. Well, I'm a botanist and I know my plants. And when I was going to college, everyone I told that I was studying botany looked at me like I was totally crazy. And they were like, what are you going to do with a botany degree? You're going to go like grow marijuana somewhere? Ha ha. Like that was the joke. But after, so I kind of just, I always loved plants, always loved flowers. And I followed my passion through school, and I just didn't really know if I was going to be able to find a job. And seriously, as soon as I graduated and I interviewed for a position, it was a seasonal position with the U.S. Forest Service. And I told them that I had a degree in botany. They were like, they hired me on the spot. They were so excited to get a botanist because there's not very many of us out there. And plants are kind of like the foundation for a lot of wildlife and habitat functions. And if you know your plants, you can understand ecologically what's happening on a site. So you don't necessarily have to get a botany degree, but if you guys have a passion for it, take the time to learn your plants in your communities.
That's wonderful. Yeah, may there be jobs for all the botanists. I like it. All right, thank you, Tara. And so next I'll go to your colleague, Allegra.
Okay, hello, I'm Allegra. I also work at Westervelt with Tara. And so I'm a landscape architect. So I get to design the framework to restore the ecology. And I get to really collaborate with a lot of the ecologists, land stewardship. And like Tara said, I get to help with initial site recon, but we also own the land long-term. So it's really rewarding to see how it's managed, how it progresses, things that we can change along the way. And that really influences my design moving forward. So it's a constant learning process, and I learn as much from all my colleagues as I do from watching my projects progress. In terms of advice for people figuring out their careers or finding new jobs, I would say I can't limit it to one thing. So I said two quick things. One is organizations like SERCAL, or like I'm very involved also in ASLA, being a landscape architect. There's a lot of great local chapters of different organizations. Great way to network and find out what other organizations, companies, government agencies, whatever are doing out there. It really helps you sort of network and find ways in. Number two, keep something unique on your resume. It helps you stand out. It helps people remember you from the hiring team. So I also have a past life as a backcountry mule supply packer. And I think that actually helped me get my first job, because the HR person used to do that, and so saw that on my resume and immediately called me. But it also helps, being on the hiring committee. It helps if you say like, oh yeah, that person who's a helicopter pilot, or that person who sailed Lake Tahoe or whatever. Those things are things that help us remember you, make you unique, and it also provides sort of a nice casual conversation where you can talk about something in the interview that you are passionate about or have experience in.
Great, thank you, Allegra. Yeah. Good tips. I'd like to go next to Josh. If you could introduce yourself and share how you got to your current position, what's helped you, something that's helped you along the way.
Hi there. I'm worried that my internet connection may be a little spotty. So how's the sound quality? Okay.
Can hear you.
Hi there. Yeah, Josh Fodor, Ecological Concerns Incorporated and Central Coast Wilds, which is how we started. So for me, studying botany, a degree in botany and restoration ecology, and working on organic farms while going to college, kind of just fully grounded out in both, plants and plant production. So for me, that was the foot in the door, and starting projects, from the horticulture and nursery side. And my dad, of course, recommended get your engineering degree and your MBA and you'll be set. And I'm like, you're crazy. I'm going to be an ecologist. But I'd have to say 30 years later, I see that's clearly a powerful combination. So for many people, I do recommend if you want to be in the driver's seat and want to kind of be leading these larger projects, engineer or landscape architect, and an MBA wouldn't hurt, not necessary. But there's a lot of business aspects to it, whether you're an employee that eventually moves up through the ranks into management, or someone seat of the pants owner like myself, learned it all on the fly. But there is a lot to know in terms of managing the business. And that could be just the managing an individual project and the business of that project. And I guess maybe, you know, part of the college experience is learning how to handle bureaucracy when you go to school. I would say, you know, don't be scared of bureaucracy and paperwork and attention to detail. And the further we, you know, accept it and would dive into the, you know, 10-inch thick set of plans and specifications and rules and not be scared of that and really take it on, has served us well as an organization and kind of differentiates us from some, you know, other small organizations, and has set us up well to, you know, we can handle all the administration and bureaucracy, which puts us in the position to do the work that we like to do, which is the larger projects that have a significant ecological impact, and working with a large team of people. So there's room to include that. Stay focused on what you love, you know, don't get buried in that too early, but whether you're a botanist or ecologist or, you know, a wildlife biologist or whatever your particular specialty is, you know, stay true to that, but don't shy away from kind of that business administrative side. That will slowly, you know, raise you up through the ranks in the ability to take on more of management and leadership as your career develops.
Well, that's good things to keep in mind. I appreciate that. Thank you, Josh. I'd like to go next to maybe with that engineering focus you referenced, to Montana.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Montana Marshall. I'm a civil engineer at Balance Hydrologics. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Balance, we're a consulting firm with expertise in hydrology, geomorphology, civil engineering, and we have offices in Truckee, Santa Cruz, and our headquarters is in Berkeley. Specifically, I focus on the design of stream and wetland restoration, bank stabilization, mitigation enhancement, stormwater and water quality, and typical day-to-day activities that I do range from modeling, hydrologic modeling, design drafting, field work, survey, stream gauging, that sort of thing, as well as overall project management. In terms of pivotal things that happened for me, the first thing I can think of that was incredibly pivotal was at the very beginning of college, starting my civil engineering degree. I picked civil engineering because I knew it kind of had to do with the interaction of humans in the built environment with the natural environment. But my coursework and my intros to civil engineering were not quite yielding the things that I was interested in. And one professor that I really liked, I just remember going into her office early on and saying, I don't think civil engineering is for me. This is a lot of concrete. This is a lot of structures. I'm interested in working with the natural environment. And she encouraged me. She said, no, there's a place for you here. Civil engineering is right for you. Stick around, find your niche. And don't shy away from this. Don't go away, don't quit. There is the parts of this field that are there for you, and you just have to find them. And I'm so happy that she encouraged me that there is a spot for me here. And I guess kind of blooming off of that, I tried a lot of different experiences, a lot of jobs, a lot of different classes that kind of pinballed me back and forth, especially jobs and internships where, you know, I would try one thing, maybe at that job, I would learn about another position, say that a sub-consultant was doing, maybe I'd try something in that field. And finally, I found my way to restoration, like the rest of us here. And that was finally the place where I said, yes, this is where I would like to work. So I think the combination of finding someone that you feel comfortable asking those questions when you're doubting yourself and doubting where you're at, as well as just trying to keep searching for where you fit and where a field or career matches your passions and your strengths. I guess one last thing I also thought about too was kind of similar to what Allegra was saying, that not shying away also from things you like outside of work, things maybe in college or after college that are your passions. Maybe for me, it was, I did a lot of outdoor guiding in college, and that just introduced me to not only being even more passionate about the environment and saving the environment, but introducing me to people that were like-minded, that you know, formed a community, both from a hobby perspective, but as well as a career perspective. And so making sure that you're not only focusing on a career, but that your hobbies can also bolster your career path as well.
That's wonderful. Seeing everybody nod too, I think that really resonates. Thank you, Montana. All right, I'd like to go next to Dawn.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dawn Cunningham. I'm a bank operator at a company called Resource Environmental Solutions, also known as RES, and we do similar work like that of Westervelt's, where we work with stakeholders managing large swaths of land. Currently, I work with a team of ecologists and land stewards managing about 12,000 acres of restored and protected lands throughout Washington, Oregon, and California. I'm a new member of SERCAL. I'm originally from British Columbia, but I live in Sacramento. I had what I call is my quarter-year crisis. When I was about 26, I decided to leave my career as a virologist. I worked for the University of Washington in the BL3 facility, and I pursued my degree, master's degree in conservation planning from the Donald Brent School of Environmental Science and Management. And came back as a consultant, worked for a consultant company for a couple of years, and then I decided to have a family, and I left the field for about 8 years. Coming back as a mature individual, I was a little daunted, wasn't sure if I would be able to get my footing again, but I landed back in consulting, and then kind of just surfing the web, I came across a position for vernal pool ecologist. And at that time I held a recovery permit for brachiopods. And I thought, this is the dream job. I don't feel like I'm qualified. It was a new firm coming up, here starting the West Coast, but I jumped on it and I'm so glad I did. I've never looked back. So my advice in careers is keep going towards something that you want to pursue and don't let your age or previous occupations slow you down. I'm so fortunate. I work the job I love because I work in a range of different habitats where I get to, conduct special status species surveys, floristic studies. We do local seed collections, rare plant surveys, hydrological monitoring, nesting bird surveys, invasive plant surveys, CRAM surveys, and I'm currently working with a team right now starting up our eDNA sampling techniques. So, and I also get to work with many restoration designs and employ adaptive management strategies, all the while we're working with different stakeholders like grazers and federal and state agencies. Actually, College Allegra, we're working on one of her projects that she started way back in 2010. So it is important who you know and to keep those relationships alive and positive. Yeah, so thank you everyone for letting me speak, and I will put a little link on the chat after to my firm Res if you're interested. Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Don. Yeah, this is wonderful. I wish I had heard all of these things years ago for myself. And I can't thank you all enough for being here. So I want to get through a few more questions. I want to put out maybe a fun popcorn one. Not everybody has to answer, and then we'll have another good question to hear from everybody at the end. But we're here at the SERCAL conference, and there's been a lot of good ideas going around all week. And I want to ask you all and look through your all's lens on what you've heard this week. So is there an idea you've encountered this week you'd like to follow up on? Maybe who was that with, or who would be someone you'd like to follow up with? And what would that question be? Right. So I think everyone can benefit from hearing from all of your critical thinking lenses. So is there just a question that jumped out for any of you?
I think I'm really excited about reaching out to Sally Bolger about their training program for restoration technicians. I know that has been a real challenge for us. A lot of times we design these great projects and then they go out to bid and they go to the cheapest bid, and it's, a landscape firm that pulls weeds out of medians or something. You know what I mean? It's just kind of really hard to sometimes follow that your baby plan that you've created through to that next level. So very excited to hear there's going to be some consistency and training around that. And actually volunteered with my kids when they were in school out at Giacomini. So really excited about connecting with Sally again.
I'm going to echo Laura and say that I was actually very interested in the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance because there are many projects where, number one, all the land was and still is tribal relevant and important, but I have had many projects in the past and continue to have projects that have known cultural resources on site. And I really think it's, you know, other than just through the CEQA process, having the tribes react and or having the required tribal monitor, you know, I think is not as respectful as it could be, and involving them in the design and potentially having more of them involved in the discipline in general, in many different levels, I think is super exciting and very, very important.
I agree, and I think I think it was really great to hear the questions from Val Lopez too on Tuesday. Just that, hey, people might not know their connection, like the idea of no resources. They're probably there, and those layers are hidden, and we have to do a better job of getting through to them. I like that a lot.
We've also had a bunch of our staff agree that we all want to be adopted by Mimi Parker as well. She was so inspirational. It's made our day.
Yeah.
For me, I really enjoyed yesterday's session on restoration in our backyards, which I know is kind of the overarching name of this conference. But a lot of those presentations that I heard were just like really near and dear to my heart. I know most of us as professionals, we get to do restoration on a large scale level. It's something we do as our career. We're passionate about it. We're very lucky. And I think a lot of folks often feel like, well, what can I do to help the planet? You know, how can I be involved with this? Because this isn't like my thing. So I've done a lot with my local California Native Plant Society chapter on native gardens. I moved recently, but at my last home, I had a half acre that I turned into almost 100% native garden over a 11-year period. And it was really incredible and inspiring. I learned actually tons as a restoration practitioner just from watching what happened in my backyard, because it was there all the time, and I could see things that, you know, I get out in the field pretty regularly. I feel very lucky to do that, but not on a daily basis. I don't get to see the changes daily. And so I just got a lot of joy out of my native garden. And I also, through our chapter, have helped coordinate native garden tours in the Sacramento area. And I did that for 7 years, and we would have over 1,000 people attend those native garden tours. And they would be inspired by seeing what people could do. And it was something that they felt like they had control over. It was a way they felt like they could give back to the environment and do restoration. And so, and a lot of the things that Julia Michaels and Haven Kurz presented, you know, the parallel terms for in landscaping and ecology, you know, most people aren't ecologists. They are more lay people. It doesn't mean that they can't do restoration, and if they can do it in their backyard, all the better. So I really loved their presentation, and the parallel terms was really inspiring for me. And then their studies they're doing on native gardens. I was like, man, they should talk to me. I know where there's a bunch of native gardens in the area. So for me, that was like really inspiring and very exciting.
I agree. Yeah, that wonderful showing how, you know, you're getting towards a common language for restoration. Right? I think you all represent a really great interdisciplinary package of knowledge and expertise, and that's what this is going to take, right? I mean, that's restoration is not a singular thing. Yeah, thank you. No, that's great. All right, so I'd like to make sure we hear from everybody on this next question, which is going to be another two-part question. It's, what's something you enjoy about your work in restoration or about your particular job? And at the end of that, maybe that can set up well, what's an opportunity you know about available right now that you can share, whether with your firm or a partner's agency? And so maybe we'll go back down in the order we started with. Can I send this over to you first, Kevin?
Oh, thanks, Will. Good to be the test case. Yeah, so I think what I really like about what I do is, you know, a lot of our folks, like some of the panelists, you know, work on CEQA documents and permits and management plans and stuff. We actually get to see, by doing restoration, a lot of our projects get built. So we actually get to see them after they get built, and often go back and visit them multiple times. So we worked on a project for Santa Clara Valley Water District, shoot, 20 years ago now, probably almost, Guadalupe Creek. And you know, we had designed for about almost 2 miles of creek restoration. And when my daughter, who's now 25, when she was in elementary school and she had a science project to do, I took her out to Guadalupe Creek. And this was, 10 years probably after it was constructed. And I got to walk, 2 miles of creek, showing my daughter a project that I worked on and being very proud of just how well it did and the benefit that it provides for habitat, for local species, and the local community is a resource as well. So that's what I really like about what I do. And we actually do have a couple of positions open. I think, Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at least one of them's on the SERCAL website right now. If it's not, it should be pretty soon, for restoration ecologists. So, and always happy to talk to folks. And, if anybody has any questions or has any inquiries about the field or what ICF, formerly Jones and Stokes, does, feel free to reach out to me. Happy to help people in their careers.
Thanks so much, Kevin. And that Guadalupe Creek project is remarkable. I've had good fortune of seeing it, and not that you need me to hear my opinion, but it looks how a creek should look, and that's such a wonderful, like you say, having the public, having your family get to see it. It's great. Thank you. All right, so let's go to you, Laura.
I have to agree with Kevin. I've worked in the Bay Area for so long now. It's really fun to go back and look at projects that have been built and see how successful they are, and have other people enjoy, especially your family members, to just see what you do. I know they hear you talk about it all the time, especially during this past Zoom pandemic year. They hear a lot about what you're doing, but don't necessarily see it in action. I remember a long time ago, I worked on one of the initial iterations of the Bruner Marsh EIR. That was when I think it was the mayor of Pinole wanted a boardwalk out there so he could rollerblade. I mean, it was that long ago. So I ended up taking my husband and dog for a walk there this past spring, and just seeing what's been accomplished there by a lot of the folks in this audience today, and just seeing how many people touched that project over 20 plus years was really cool. And that's one of the joys of this work, and just being able to see things from start to finish, and seeing how successful we can be as restoration ecologists. One of my drives right now is to really, we all want to get projects out ahead of climate change. And so I think really getting involved in some of the local conversations and figuring out how to fund some of these things and getting them really moving is kind of just an important aspect of what we do right now. We also do have a couple of job openings, but we actually have a meet and greet right after this. So I will give back time to the rest of you so that you can talk about what you have available.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, I like that. Getting ahead of things. All right, Wendy.
I would stay on the same bandwagon. I love seeing projects that we've done and watching them evolve over time. It's so rewarding to see all those hours that we put in working, going into these kind of like amazing areas and watching them change as the projects are implemented. So one of our favorite projects is Palo, Colorado, down in Big Sur. And it was where some roads blew out and these, creeks jumped the banks, and it was a disaster. And, people weren't able to get to their homes safely. And going out and seeing the road restored, and, all of the vegetation coming back, and steelhead going through the creek has been really rewarding. And another part of that is I love talking to the neighbors. It's, we're coming in and doing work in their backyard, and hearing how we've affected their lives, and then also hearing from them through the planning process, from the first time we go out to when the project's actually implemented is really fun. And I just like all the different personalities that, end up involved through. I think it's, that's such an important part of the puzzle. And so Harris has opportunities. We have offices from San Diego, LA, Concord, Salinas. There's all sorts of environmental opportunities. One thing I do love about Harris is there is a little element of creating your own adventure in your career. And so, we really came in with Shannon Bain, my coworker, and I really came in with kind of a different service, and, told them what we like to do. And they definitely have allowed us just to do our own thing and kind of grow this branch of the company it's been really fun. So I do like, you know, the engineers are pretty open to interesting ideas, kind of intrigued by environmental and what it involves. So definitely reach out if you're interested, and then don't be afraid to, you know, present ideas that are different from what you see in any of our companies. I think we're always open to new ideas, and I think fresh ideas are, you know, the best.
And that is good overarching advice as well, not just in the particular. I love that. Thank you. And restoration being about the people and the neighbors. And there's been some good presentations this week on that as well. Thank you. That's great. All right. So Tara and Allegra, maybe your opportunities overlap, but I'd like to hear from each of you on what you enjoy about your work.
Want to go first, Allegra?
Oh, I think she was pointing back to you.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Allegra. Yeah.
Whatever.
No, go ahead, Allegra. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do I enjoy about my work? It's there's so much, collaborating with the different disciplines, the mix of field work and office work, the long-term management and commitment we have to our lands. I will say that, you know, in my discipline and doing the type of work I'm doing, I'm always learning and I'm always challenged. And that is the most rewarding, that it does not get stagnant. The science is always changing. Every site is different. Every person I work with has different ideas. And that to me is the most rewarding. And yes, we do have a couple official open positions, specifically in land stewardship, actually sort of helping mow and water and do the real hard labor of getting stuff up to help get stuff established. And we do have a couple planner positions open, and that's specifically really doing entitlement and permitting of projects. So we have a couple positions there, and they're all based in Sacramento. And then coming up in the future, we in the next year, we are likely to have positions open in ecology, in design, and in GIS potentially. So Tara.
Great, thank you. Things that I love about my job. One of the things I get to do is look at new properties to see if they're a good fit for restoration conservation projects that we have. And there are a couple of properties that I went and visited, and I went back and I was like, we need to buy this. Like, we need to conserve this. This is beautiful. One that comes to mind was before I was at Westervelt, I did environmental consulting for a long time, and I was doing mitigation projects there. And we had a vertical restoration project. And I used to look over the fence at this property from this, you know, very great vernal pool restoration project I was on. But I used to look over the fence. I used to be like, wow, that is just such a beautiful piece of property. I wonder who owns that. Oh, it's so gorgeous. Like, that is just incredible. And that was one of the properties that later in my career I got to visit. And because of that, you know, we were able to purchase that property, and it's going to be conserved in perpetuity. And that just feels really good. That's just like a really exciting, I get goosebumps, I think about it now. And then there's you know, other properties I've visited that they just blew me away, and I was like, this is incredible. And we've been able to do conservation on those as well. So I really love that part. I'm going to echo what everyone else has said. Watching projects grow up over time, especially restoration projects. My team is the one, and even in my prior company, you know, I was implementing 5-10 year monitoring programs, like intense monitoring, where we would do performance standards monitoring. So I always kind of joke, like, I've done so many like master's and PhD studies over my career at all of these sites over time. And that's just been really fun. I mean, I know that field work gets all of the glory, but entering data and doing the data analysis and understanding what the data means is also really, really cool. You know, you can actually draw conclusions from a bunch of data on an Excel spreadsheet, and that's great. And you can see trends over time. It takes a little bit of experience, but that has been, I love Excel. I mean, that sounds super nerdy, but it's one of my favorite programs. I use it all the time.
It's a good point, like you're saying, that the always learning, right?
Always learning.
I think everyone sort of hit on that. But there's just so much to learn in our.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the last thing, as I've gotten older and kind of moved up in my position at companies, I've had the opportunity to mentor a number of really amazing biologists. And I actually had someone say to me recently, they were talking about an experience where they went to interview at a company and they were in a room with a bunch of big men. And this was a woman telling me this. And she was like, and I just felt like a little girl and all these big men were staring down at me. And then I have come here and I see a woman who's a leader and encourages me and helps me grow and is mentoring me, teaching me. And she just said that was really amazing. And I was like, oh, that's so nice to hear that because I had that. I had a woman mentor at a prior company too, and that I really respected and looked up to. I'm not saying I'm that same person to this other person, but like it is really nice. If you can find a mentor, I've heard that a lot. But I like to think that I'm helping to grow the next set of biologists and ecologists in the world, and I found that really satisfying. So, and in terms of opportunities, Westervelt also has a very robust internship program. You still have to be a student. So I encourage you guys to reach out. We usually have summer internships, but an internship is a great way to learn a lot and even try out a company and let a company try you out to see if maybe if it's a good fit. And if a position opens up, hey, you're already there and you kind of know the company. So that's a really great way to do it. And also just volunteering with local, like some sort of group that you're interested in makes lots of connections and is a really good way to find career opportunities as well. You know, it's networking, you can meet someone that you connect with and they'll recommend you for a job, and it's a great way.
Thank you, Tara. Yeah, that's great. So I want to recognize the time that we're running out, but I'd love to give Josh and Montana and Don an opportunity to go real quick. So we're going to go a couple minutes over. I know, Josh, you've mentored a lot of folks coming through your organization, and I think I'm really glad you brought up internship and mentoring, Tara. So yeah, Josh.
Yeah, I'll just take that lead in right there. And yeah, that is the best part of my day right now, is working with the new staff that are coming in at all different levels and really trying to turn them on to just how many opportunities there are. And no matter what your interest is, there's something for you to do in ecological restoration, whether it be classical ecology, botany, any of those, or technology or business or anything in between. So we work a lot on that. We have a robust training program. And we do paid tryouts. It was already happening, but with COVID, meeting people, having Zoom interviews, and really feeling like we didn't, get to know people like we wanted to. So we do a paid 90-day, come get to know us. We often bring on multiple people for similar positions. Things that we have open right now are assistant project manager, nursery staff, entry-level field staff, landscape architecture, and we're really just into having people after initial interviews and just introductions is just come try it out, because really there's no other way to get to know someone well and to just show them what we got going on. And so that's a big investment, both in our time and just money to pay for that, but it's serving us well, and it's kind of a new way of come on and get a paid tryout.
Love that. That's so encouraging. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, being in Santa Cruz is tough, so any pay is better than no pay. Just like the Bay Area, hard place to be. We do allow remote workers. We currently have a landscape architect in Sacramento and one that's temporarily in Florida. So for some of our professional staff, it is possible to be truly remote, but most people are here in the Monterey Bay Area.
Great. Thank you, Josh. All right, Montana.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of things I like about this field have definitely been reiterated by lots of folks. The tangible nature of the work, that we get to see it, the diversity and types of projects, scales of projects, and it's certainly not a field that two projects are ever alike or that you're ever, it's kind of always, it's not reinventing the wheel, it's starting from scratch. And I think that that's really exciting, that it's so site specific. field work and analysis both in one. But I think the thing that sticks out for me that I can add to this conversation is kind of what I started with, the reason I started in civil engineering was that interaction between the human and built environment. And obviously we're all folks that care a lot about the environment, but the projects that really energize me are ones that involve community engagement, and where the neighborhoods are involved, people are having a voice in the design or what they want to see, and projects that benefit both the human environment as well as the natural environment. And I think that there's so many opportunities for that. So that's really exciting when that gets to happen. In terms of opportunities, we're always looking for passionate and talented folks at Balance. We hire engineers, geomorphologists, environmental scientists, geologists. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we have offices in the Tahoe area, in Santa Cruz, as well as in Berkeley. So if Balance is interesting at all to you, feel free to reach out to me directly. We also have contact information on our website about reaching out for career opportunities, and happy to answer any questions about our company.
Thanks so much, Montana. Yeah. All right, and for our last answer of the day, Dawn.
Thanks, Will. Just listening to everyone and how I realize there's so much overlap in some of our fields. And I'm sitting here thinking all this scheduling that I need to start thinking about for the maintenance and monitoring that we need to do next year. And one thing I just love about this job is that there's always another role to fill. Like, we could use someone who's advanced in fire ecology, and there's opportunities there. We're looking at new opportunities for a new bank setup where hopefully we have this one species, so we can do small mammal trappings there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so excited about being in this field, and I'm glad there's so many people who are passionate about it. I'm involved in women in ecology 2 mentoring programs, and we are actively trying to support each other as well. Yeah, I guess I just want to put a plug in for REDS. We hope to eventually do everything in-house, from bank entitlement all the way to the construction and monitoring, maintenance, and perpetuity. And right now, because we're kind of new, we got a small office, but we're expanding. We're looking for like a junior level ecologist, aquatic ecologist, people who are interested in like sales and business development and ecological restoration, client solution sales managers, fisheries. We are working on one of the largest restoration projects, the Klamath Dam removal up in Oregon and Washington. And then obviously those type of projects need like water resource engineers. So we're actively looking for people, and happy to entertain any thoughts and opinions and questions and concerns about new jobs. Thank you, Will.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dawn. And I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you. This is so inspiring to me to hear, and to get some of your all's advice. And just want to say a great big thank you to you all individually. Thank you to you and your organizations for sponsoring SERCAL and making this possible for all of us. So thank you so much. I want to highlight for folks just some great questions in the chat and opportunities as well. So maybe people can look at that. I'm really glad that internships came up, and maybe this can be the springboard for more conversations going forward. So just thank you all so much, and good luck to everybody. And stay tuned for a meet and greet with SWCA, and also the raffle results, and maybe some will be on Luna Lake soon.
Do I have a minute for just one quick mention?
All right, this is the last mention. Let's go
Okay.
for the president of SERCAL.
So I'll just say, for all the young people or people interested in changing positions, don't just wait for an open position on a jobs board. Make a point of reaching out to different firms that you think look interesting, and ask them for an informational interview. You get to meet the people, you get to ask them a lot of questions about what the company does, and learn about the company to make a decision if it is even something you would be interested in. And then they, if and when they have a position, they'll remember you. Or if they're really impressed by you, they might just make a position for you. So don't be shy to reach out to go and meet and greet and learn about any other company out there.
Wow. Thank you. All right. So with that, we'll we'll hand it back to you, Julie, and keep moving on here. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, panelists. What a treat to be with you all.
Yes,
Will.
thank
Thanks,
you
Will.
so much. This was so wonderful. I'm glad we got to do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. See ya.
Okay, bye. Thank you, Will, having disappeared. So thank you, Laura and SWCA crew, for being a part of this conference in so many ways. I just want to give a special shout out to Laura, who we were talking about their membership and about the conference, and all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, we need more people to speak. And she just was such a resource to me. And I just thank you from the bottom of my heart. I owe you a big bottle of wine.
I'll take it.
Okay. Okay, and I'll let you guys go for it, okay?
All right. Hi, everyone. Mark Brandy here, who presented with me on Monday, has a little short presentation about our company. And then we'll introduce the folks who were able to hang around for this meet and greet from SWCA, and we'll go from there and answer questions.
Great. Thanks, Laura. Yeah, so we can just go around briefly. I think there's a handful of SWCA folks in the room right now. So I'll just introduce myself briefly. I'm Mark Brandy. I'm a landscape architect and restoration ecologist with the company. Lauren, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I'm Lauren Huff. I'm an ecological restoration technical lead at SWCA. I do a lot of permitting and permit compliance, and I'm a biologist by trade originally. So I do a lot of biological reviews and reports as well.
Great, thanks, Lauren. And Charlotte and Eric, do you want to say a brief background?
Yeah, hey everybody. My name is Charlotte Zergel. I'm a biologist with SWCA. I do wear a lot of different hats, do some restoration work and work for the natural resources team at SWCA, do wetland delineations, compliance work, kind of a myriad of jobs that I'm sure we all have experience with. And I will pass it all along to Eric.
Hello, everybody. My name is Eric Schickenberg, and like Charlotte, I also wear a variety of hats at SWCA. My background is primarily in botany, and I'm also an arborist, but I am a wildlife biologist as needed. I do wetland science and all the various tasks that are required. I also have a background in mining reclamation. Nice to meet you all.
Great, thanks everybody. And we'll all be around after our brief presentation to answer any questions that you might have. We appreciate that this is essentially the commercial before the raffle and that you're all sticking around for the raffle today. So we promise that the commercial will be brief, so please don't fast forward through the commercials. With that, I will share my screen. And we just have a few slides to introduce SWCA. Everybody, Laura, are you seeing my screen here?
Yep, with the side notes. There we go.
All right, great. Perfect. Yeah, so just again, very brief introduction to our company. And again, my name is Mark Brandy. I'm a landscape architect with the company. And we've introduced our team. So just a very high level overview of our firm and our services. As with many of the other companies that were highlighted during the conference this week, our firm offers comprehensive environmental consulting services ranging from natural resources and cultural resources evaluations of sites, all the way through CEQA and NEPA planning with everything in between, including restoration engineering, landscape architecture, and permitting, which we'll highlight here today. And woven throughout all of these service lines, what SWCA continually perseveres to do is to provide results in terms of providing sound science in all of our projects, as well as creative solutions for our clients. In California, we have many different office locations around the state, including Half Moon Bay, San Francisco, and Oakland, and Sacramento in Northern California, as well as San Luis Obispo on the Central Coast. in Pasadena and San Diego in Southern California. All told, we have completed nearly 3,000 projects involving in ecological restoration throughout California in all different corners of California, including 10 ongoing or completed mitigation and conservation banks. So we pride ourselves on being able to work at all scales, from the site scale to very site specific mitigation or restoration projects, all the way through large scale planning efforts in order to conserve and protect larger landscapes. So a little bit more about our restoration services. Again, we do provide comprehensive restoration from planning all the way through construction of restoration projects. Typically, these types of projects would involve our engineering staff, our landscape architecture staff, our permitting experts, in addition to all of our natural resources and cultural resources staff. And really the intersection of those kind of core disciplines, we're starting to think of those as all being under the umbrella of what we call our climate-driven services, which is essentially focused on all of the key issues of our time, being resiliency, recovery, and restoration to keep pace with our changing climate. One example of those climate-driven services, which Charlotte and Eric presented on during SERCAL this week, is our wildfire planning services that SWCA provides. And again, these services go through the full lifespan of fire planning, all the way from preparedness and trying to get ahead of and planning for vegetation management, fuel load reduction, as Eric and Charlotte spoke to, all the way through response, recovery, and then all the way through to true restoration of landscapes that may have been impacted by wildfire. Just a brief look at a few of our projects that we are actively working on in California right now. Again, during this conference, we talked about the West Bay Ecotone Levee project. We talked about our work with vegetation management with the town of Los Gatos, but a few other projects that we've been working on. We're actively working with the California Coastal Conservancy on a floodplain restoration and reconnection project on the Carmel River in Carmel Valley. We're working with UC Davis and the Bureau of Land Management in Tacoma Hot Springs to do a wetland restoration project in support of the critically endangered Amargosa vole. We are working with the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District on trail planning and design, including all of the natural resources studies required to create a new regional trail connection south of Half Moon Bay. And finally, we were just awarded and very happy to be starting working with the Santa Clara County Open Space Authority on a multi-year master planning process for the Coyote Valley landscape, creating a critical landscape linkage between the Santa Cruz Mountains and the Diablo Range. So that's just a very sort of like high level snapshot of some of the things we're working on. We'd love to discuss, any of these projects or any of our services with you. And I promise that the commercial is now over, and we just would love to chat with you, answer any questions that you might have regarding our services or, any other aspects of the conference this week. And again, thank you to Julie, and thank you to SERCAL for the opportunity to sponsor the presentation again this year. It really was a fantastic week. I learned a ton, and I know that everyone at SWCA always looks forward to this every year in order to be learning from our colleagues all of the great work that's happening out there in California. So thank you for the opportunity, and I will stop sharing now.
Thank you so much. And I meant to ask anyone who wants to come over and ask questions as in person to please raise your hands, and we'll put you over into the panelist mode. Sorry, Laura.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say, and Ben Snyder, our ecological restoration lead engineer here in the Bay Area, just joined us. Ben, you want to give a brief introduction?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for the opportunity. Hi, as Laura said, I'm Ben Snyder, and I sit at our Oakland engineering office in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I joined SWCA last year, and I get to lead our ecological restoration engineering team in the development of restoration designs on a nice variety of projects. We have quite a few interesting fish passage projects happening out in the Nevada desert, and I'm active in a lot of the projects that Mark just went over as well. So it's really nice to be part of such a talented team and have so many opportunities in the horizon.
I wanted to say too, we have a Reno office. So it looks like there's a hole in Northern California, but we have a Reno office, and ironically, half those people live on the California side, but you know, we do kind of touch that area as well in the Tahoe Basin and north.
Hi, Carrie.
Hey, long time no see. I just wanted to jump in here briefly to thank all of our sponsors, panelists, and moderators for your hard work in making this conference successful. I know Zoom is not ideal, so we hope that we can all see you next year in person. Next week, you'll be receiving a link with all of the recordings from this conference. We'll also be sending out a survey, so please take time to complete that if you can. Your input helps tailor the conferences and other events that SERCAL hosts to fit membership needs. So, you know, it's in your best interest to complete that. And now the moment that everybody's been waiting for, I want to say thank you to the Mono Lake Committee for donating a canoe tour for 2 people on a weekend of your choice. And the winner is Amy Matson. Amy Matson, if you are still in the room, you are the winner. She is. So we'll be sending you that information. Feel free to stick around and talk with the SWCA folks about their opportunities and the work that they do. And thank you everybody for being here this week.
Thank you so much, Carrie. She's been amazing. Just amazing. And you do have a couple of people who've come over and would like to talk with you. And I think there's one more.
Great, thanks, Julie. And I'll say about next year's conference, we actually, one of the projects that Mark was highlighting and that Ben was talking about is in Carmel Valley. It's a big floodplain restoration on the Carmel River. And since the conference is going to be in Carmel, we're hoping to be able to do a site tour and some other really cool opportunities for the conference, assuming that we will not have, you know, COVID variant 6.5 and we'll be able to be in person. So we'd love to take any questions. Does any of the folks that have just joined have questions for us? Ileana?
Yeah, hi, I'm Eliana. I'm currently an intern with Westervelt Ecological Services. And I just wanted to ask about what does it mean for you to be an employee-owned company, and how has that influenced your life as an employer? Because I think I haven't heard of that before in any of the fields that I've worked in. So I'm really curious about that in your experience.
Yeah, so this is the first ESOP that I have worked with as well. And the concept was new to all of us. We are what's called 100% employee owned. So in some employee owned company situations, people at the higher tiers of management actually have more skin in the game. But for us, it's completely spread across every level of employment at SWCA. So I think for me, what it does is when I think about doing my job and doing it well, I think about all of the people in the company that count on all of us doing a really good job, right? And that, you know, every time we do a good job and bring in cool work, that reverberates throughout the company, and then we all reap the reward. So it's just it's a very different conversation than working for a company where, you know, it may take you several years to get high enough in the food chain that you actually get some financial reward from, you know, the larger company. So it's a nice paradigm shift from working in traditional consulting for sure. Anybody else had something to add?
I guess I would just add that, you know, from my perspective, again, this is just with Laura, that this is the first time I've ever worked for an employee-owned company before, and it's been really remarkable just in terms of the amount of ownership. I think, you know, I've always and I think we all always strive to take ownership of our work. and to take pride in our work. But it's really the next level when you feel like, you know, you are an owner of the company, and that, you know, virtually everything you do in your professional career is then representative of your own company. So that sort of, that pride has been really amazing, and something that, you know, there are certainly other companies out there who are starting to structure their ownership in similar ways, and I would highly recommend it. It has been great to kind of inspire that next level of care and pride in your work. So.
Joanna, Tara, Gregory, any questions for us?
Okay, hi. I'm going to keep my video off just in case my internet cuts out. My question is, so I don't yet have a degree in any sort of ecological applicable field, but I do have some prior work history as a nursery assistant and lots of volunteer work. And I was excited to learn that you have an Oakland office. And so my question is, what kind of preparation would someone need to then go about before applying to an internship? Or is that something where you don't have to have a, you know, a fully stacked resume before you apply for an internship? And yeah, I guess that's the whole question.
Yeah, I think it was Alyssa might have said, I'm totally forgetting who said this in the last round, but I would encourage you to just reach out and ask for an information interview. We post our internship for the spring. We post our job listings, I think, in 2 months. So right around the end of this year, we will be posting our internship opportunities. But it doesn't hurt ahead of time to talk to some of us about what you're interested in, and you know, what types of opportunities might be coming up. You know, if we haven't thought of one that you actually are interested in and it fits kind of what we're looking for, we can create a position. So, you know, I would just suggest really reaching out, talking to some folks, and figuring out how your background might fit into kind of, you know, the things that we do and the things that we look for in an intern.
I'll just add to that. I recently was contacted by from a local high school, a freshman in high school, which was remarkable, who thinks already that he wants to be an ecological restoration engineer. And so we had, you know, a little informational interview where, you know, we could talk about what we actually do on a daily basis to try to give him a, you know, a snapshot of what that might be if he chose to pursue that. That was remarkably forward thinking, you know, at that age. But certainly, you know, wherever you're at in your careers, please do feel free to always reach out to us or other companies as well. We've all been there. We've all been at different stages of our career to get where we are now. And so I know that everyone on this screen right now would love to speak with you if you would like to do so. So please do reach out.
And Gregory, it looks like you have a question.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so Carrie and Julie, I know I've been really bad, but you've stopped my video. I can't start it. Thank you. Here I am. Thank you. First off, thank you for supporting SERCAL in the conference. And I do have a question I wanted to ask about, which is about technology in this industry. I started my career in the early 1980s when Apple had the first word processors that was about the size of an oven. And now technology has played a tremendous role in advancing our knowledge. For me, I think about drones a lot, about how they have been able to advance so much information. But drones aside, and just in general, can you talk about the technologies that you are using and what technologies you see in the future as playing a bigger role in ecological restoration and monitoring or assessment?
Sure, I can start, and I'm sure others are going to want to chime in. It's funny you mentioned drones because they have definitely streamlined a lot of monitoring potential. We are working on AI programs that can help, help identify by species, by habitat, that type of thing, which is really, really helpful in getting a good snapshot of a large, especially if you're working in a large area. It really helps streamline the monitoring, and then kind of just sets the tone for the field evaluation to come. It certainly doesn't take the place, but it certainly enhances your ability to know what you're dealing with before you get out in the field. We're also in our field ecology, at fire ecology, we are using drones for reconnaissance of areas that might be inaccessible and have steep slopes and other things that are indicative of a high fire danger. So I would say that drone technology is just advancing year by year very rapidly, and it's really important to what we do. We are also integrating, we have a tech development team who creates some custom applications for us too. We've been able to kind of streamline our wetland delineations through an app that our company created. We use a lot of tablets now, whereas we used to use a lot of GPS. We use a lot of tablets. That said, Ben and Mark and I, we use our RTK units when we're out trying to evaluate certain aspects of types of habitat and the critical elevations for doing some wetland restoration or coastal restoration. So I would say technology has really taken some pretty big leaps. I started in the late 80s also, Greg, and we used to have to, get flights and do ASCII coordinate, manipulations in order to just get a site boundary back then. And now it's, we use lots of LiDAR and bathymetry that's available. There's a lot of stuff readily available. So I would say that technology is huge. We have an entire technology division at our company. So it's not like, we have our IT is separate. We have a tablets and GIS support division. And then we also have a tech dev division that helps evolve some of these technologies and translate them into what we do in the field. Anyone have anything to add to that?
I guess I would just add, in a totally different realm, but also technology related, SWCA, we do a lot of facilitation of our projects as well. And obviously over the last pushing 2 years, we've had to really evolve, as so many companies have, our ability and our toolkit in order to do virtual facilitation of our projects and different community meetings and such. And so we're really starting to see a very rapid expansion of the different tools that are available out there, to the point, where we're actually creating, virtual rooms that can be virtually entered and navigated by people from the comfort of their own home. We're really finding that technology, will carry on past the pandemic, which we all obviously hope will end soon. And but it's just going to have so many applications in that, it does allow people to be able to join meetings that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to attend due to, the proximity to their own homes and their lives. So we're really excited about all those new technologies that are emerging as well.
And I would just also add how far so much of the modeling and GIS technology has come in order to really help our clients visualize what we're doing and tell a story a lot better. I mean, it's incredible what we can show the public and our clients with the amount of, resources we have now. So
I noticed there's a chat going on here about free offerings. I was going to just say, somebody just answered that. Esri does have free programs online for students and others who want to dabble in GIS before they make that next leap.
Well, thank you. And you have all actually rattled off quite a few different technologies that have been at the forefront. So that's really good to hear about, and very impressive that you have a technology division. It's impressive. Thank you.
And Mariah?
Yeah, hi, I'm Mariah. I was interested in response to earlier when you said you should reach out to individuals if we have interest in your company. And I've kind of been looking at the Sacramento office. I'm in the area, but I haven't seen anything necessarily pertaining to me. I'm a recent ecology graduate, and I'm wondering if you see any future openings potentially with new projects coming up, or if there's a certain individual I should reach out to.
Yeah, and Mariah, if you, Julie, there's contact information available for us, correct?
Yeah, in the
Unmute, yes.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Jill.
if you reach out to one of us, Mariah, we can absolutely put you in contact with the right person in Sacramento as well.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was invited to this event last night. So is there a certain place that I could look for your contact information listed?
Yeah, Mariah, if you or anyone else who's still joining us received the email from Julie this morning with the Friday schedule, Laura's contact information was listed in that email. So that might be a good source if you have that with you. If not, we'd be happy to, Laura, you could even post it in the chat maybe if you like.
Yeah, I can do that right now.
Yeah, and it's in the conference program, which you can get from going to the website, and it's the top thing on the registration.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I posted in there. Well, I don't see any other hands raised right now. Joanna, did you have a question for us? Okay, hearing none, I will just assume that there aren't any other questions. Thanks so much. Oh, wait. Okay. Sorry, something popped up in the chat. Thanks so much for giving us this opportunity to talk a little bit about SWCA. Our website is constantly being revamped and updated, so check it out. There's a really cool story map under the fire ecology section that we all think is pretty interesting, so check that out too. And we look forward to seeing you all next year down in Carmel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was
Thanks,
great.
everyone.
Bye, thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, bye-bye. Have a good weekend.